In our hands more loud to welcome Miss Elizabeth Okello, the President of Uganda Counselling Association and the Chairperson for our organizing committee, to give us the introductory remarks in regards to this summit. You're welcome, Madam.
Thank you so much, Freeman, and good morning to all of us who are here. I know we have representation from different stakes, and I just want to recognize the presence of our Vice Chancellor, Chambogo University. It's a pleasure having you here. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Kenneth Kalani from Ministry of Health. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. The representative of the Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences here at Chambogo University, we do recognize you, and the academia from Chambogo University. In our respective capacities, I know we have academia from Makerere University as well. You're welcome. The team from the Guidance and Counseling Unit here that has supported as well, we recognize you. And our delegates from various locations in your respective capacities, we do receive you. Welcome to our second National Counsellors Summit. My name is Elizabeth Okello, the president of the Uganda Counselling Association, and I'm a counseling psychologist. Allow me just to give a bit of a background. Today we are talking about shaping the future of counseling in Uganda, evidence, practice, and standards. We had always run a counselors conference annually in the past years. 4 years ago, we decided that the time when we were going to run our counselors conference, when we sat, we said, we cannot do this alone. That was 4 years ago. I remember we had started organizing our counselors conference. Usually it has always been in May. And while we were doing it, that was shortly after COVID-19. But COVID-19 had ushered us into a time of realizing that working alone as counselors was not going to take us far. As we started the preparation did start as our usual counselors annual conference. And then we started reaching out to other partners in the field who we had interfaced with in regard to COVID interventions and the like. So when we reached out to them, we said, we are doing this, we're organizing, and we said, but now this is beyond UCA. This is now a national thing. And that's when we converted into a national mental health conference. So our preparations switched from our usual counselors annual conference to the National Mental Health Conference. And I don't know how many of you were part of it, but we did have the 5th National Mental Health Conference in May. And we are glad that we've all rallied behind and joined our hands to see that we are working together with other professionals in the field. Moving from that, we said we would still need to have our sitting as counseling professionals to have this kind of, to have this kind of setting where we are looking and touching into the counseling profession and in-house and trying to look at some of the things that pertain to us as counselors. And that's where now every June, starting last year, we started to run the National Counsellors Summit. Okay, so that's why we are calling it the second National Counsellors Summit, because it evolved. That's the history, and then now we've taken it now into June. So every June, it's helpful for us to mark that we always have the National Counsellors Summit. I want to start by conveying our chief guest, Dr. Victoria Kress, unfortunately could not make it here physically, However, she's going to be with us online. She's supposed to be scheduled to be in Korea immediately after the summit. She was to head to Korea. And on guidance regarding the Ebola situation, she was advised that if she comes, and it might be difficult for her to get to Korea immediately. And so she had to choose to either come and be ready to either risk not heading to her next destination or otherwise. She is so, it has taken so much for her to, every other email she's trying to figure out what more can I do. There's some things that she's offered to do for us, and we shall unveil them possibly by the end of tomorrow, or when she speaks to us, she will do that herself. But she's I mean, that was something that we took to heart. So tomorrow, we'll be talking about shaping the future of counseling in Uganda, evidence, practice, and standards. And like I've given you a bit of the history, you know that just looking at the quality counseling, it cannot be done in isolation. Counseling or counselors' relevance in families, in schools, in communities, in hospitals is very key. And we cannot do that in isolation. So this reality has hit us. And that is why the invitation to us is, as we come here, as we walk into this room and sit and participate in these conversations, I'm hoping that this moment we will not just sit and look at it as a counselors' summit, but let's be a little bit more forward-looking, beyond a summit. What more? What more? And we are counting on you to be able to be thinking through that. Challenge yourself as an individual. Challenge yourself as an employee. Challenge yourself as somebody who is significant in the role that you play. And we'll be running through this, looking at what are the frameworks that we have in place. We're also going to have a section where we will be looking at evidence-based counseling interventions. Now, we will have our very own professionals who have done research. One of the areas we are trying to grow is our research potential as professionals. So we will have people who have done research in some of these areas, and we'll be receiving some of these, and they'll be walking us through, but also supporting us to think through what are you doing in your own capacity in building an evidence base that we can carry forward. We never miss out on the fact that we need to tune into ourselves. Our identity, our wellness as professionals is very key. So that is something that we'll be talking about. And not forgetting that we will also have a panel conversation helping us think, what are the multi-sectoral collaborations that we can harness? What can we do? What can we do with the Ministry of Education? What can we do with Ministry of Health? What is our position as the training institutions, those who are training professionals? And we look at where are the links and how can we harness this together. And as we engage in these conversations, I am confident that each one of you will be inspired, will be strengthened, will have new ideas, and this will not sit and settle with you, but will be able to spread across. So I wish you all good deliberations, and hopefully that we can achieve the intended outcome of this summit. Thank you, and I wish you the best through the summit. And allow me invite Dr. Bahati, who is representing the Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and the Head of Department, who are not here today, but he's going to come and he's going to welcome our Vice Chancellor of Chambogo University. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I welcome you, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to take this opportunity to stand on the protocol that has been enumerated very well by the UCA president, and also welcome you to Chambogo University. My name is Bahati Ronald. Right now I am the Dean. the Faculty of Social Sciences, and I am representing Professor Mujisha. And he's not here with us. He's out of the country for official reasons. And he sends a lot of regards to you. I also represent the head of department, Dr. Chibedi Henry. He's also not here with us. So I am also the head of department for the Department of Psychology. Dr. Chibedi is an external examiner for some PhD students in Islamic University in Uganda. So he traveled to Mbale to do an examination. Tomorrow he would have also loved to be here, but he will be again at Mbarara University of Science and Technology to still do the same. So he has significantly missed being here. The Department of Psychology has been here ever since the university began, over 20 years ago. And we have produced a number of counselors. And they work in a spectrum of organizations. And if you are here and you have gone through Chambogo University as a counselor, please stand up for recognition. The Vice Chancellor should see you and the UCA President. You see, all these gentlemen. So you are welcome, my friends. You see, the University Counselor is here. We have a Reverend. You are welcome. Vicar at Bukoto St. Andrew's Church of Uganda. You are most welcome. Yes, you could have your seats. We also want to welcome all other, since we are a university, we want to also welcome other universities that are here present. Representation is from other universities. Could you please stand up for just recognition? It's all the, Mr. Vice Chancellor, these are coming from different universities within Uganda. Thank you so much for coming and honoring the invitation from the UCA. Mr. Vice Chancellor, allow me to speak something small before I invite you concerning our theme. The theme is shaping the future of counseling in Uganda, standards, but we also have practice and excellence. As a university, from what the UCA president has just been telling us, we also need to contribute to that theme. I wouldn't even call it a theme, but it would be a goal. And we up our research activities in mental health. It is crystal clear all over that mental health concerns are becoming a major challenge in Uganda. And very many times, apart from suicide, you don't hear that someone has died of depression, has died of grief, of stress, but they will tell us something like a heart attack, a cardiac arrest, and all these other things. But where do they emanate from? From mental health challenges that we go through. And with the introduction of a competence-based curriculum, Mr. Vice Chancellor, I would request that you would also consider in the number of budgets that you have, budget requests that you have, we also consider the Department of Psychology to have a counseling clinic to better be able to equip our counselors meet the growing demand for mental health services in Uganda. That said, allow me to take this opportunity to invite our dear Vice Chancellor, Professor Eric Tunguka, to give us his remarks. Professor, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. I recognize our guest of honor, whom I'm told is unable to be with us today, but will be speaking to us in the evening. The leaders of Uganda Counseling Association who have been introduced, our colleague from the ministry, distinguished delegates, fellow academicians and academics, counselors, mental health professionals, students, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to be here today to be present at your second National Counsellors Summit 2026. As introduced, I'm the Vice Chancellor at Chambogo University. I've been here for the last 14 years. But before I came here, I worked in Makerere from 1980 to 2014 for 34 years. And I'm pleasantly surprised to see you, Madam Vicky Owens, whom we worked with in the Makerere all those years. You have not changed over the years. It's a pleasure to see you in Chambogo after a long time. So I'm really pleased to welcome you all to Chambogo University for this summit, and we are honored to host it and to be able to put together a number of professionals, scholars, policymakers, students, partners who are committed to advancing counseling and mental health services in Uganda. It is important for me to note that Chambogo University produces the highest number of counselors each year in Uganda. And I'm glad to see that most of you people who are here are graduates of Chambogo University. It gives me a lot of pleasure because we run a bachelor's program and we now have a master's program in counseling. And if we had enough staff, we'd be taking in many, many more students in this program. This summit comes at a time when Uganda, like many countries around the world, is facing significant mental health challenges, as the head of department mentioned. We have the effects of economic pressures, unemployment, poverty, family instability, substance abuse, domestic violence, technological change, and the consequences of public health emergencies, which continue to place enormous strain on the emotional well-being of our people. If you look out of society, there are different levels of poverty and inequality, and in homes, instability that arises out of poverty and failure of responsible people to provide or to meet their societal expectations. Our young people, who constitute the majority of Uganda's population, are navigating unprecedented challenges. Many face academic pressure, uncertainty about employment opportunities, social media influences, identity concerns, and changing family structures. Increasingly, schools, universities, and communities are witnessing rising levels of anxiety, depression, substance misuse, suicidal behavior, and emotional distress among young people. There was a time when we had a big number of people committing suicide around Chambogo, not from Chambogo students, but around Chambogo. And this arises out of mental health issues, economic pressures, and people feeling that they are not worth living. They don't deserve to live. And some of them arise out of relation challenges. I remember when we were in Makerere, I think this was in 1977, one medical student tried to commit suicide. Why? Because a nurse from Mulago Nursing School had rejected his advances. But unfortunately, he did not succeed because he fell down and fell on his shoulders instead of the head, and he survived. So there are many pressures our young people go through, especially in universities, which cause mental challenges. We are also becoming more aware of the silent struggles faced by men who often suffer in silence due to societal expectations surrounding masculinity. I was talking to the chair of the Counseling Association. When I was looking around, I didn't see the men. I think there are very few. Men who are here, put up our hands. Oh, you have increased a little bit now. Eh? So many men, because of the masculinity and the way they are brought up, you don't have to show weakness. Don't be weak. So they tend to stomach all the challenges, and that can tip them over into depression and also into violence. Because there is only one journalist who came up and admitted that his wife was beating him. And many people laughed and laughed. And how can you say that? But the guy said, I've been suffering for 4 years, and now I cannot suffer anymore. He came out and said it. So many men suffer in silence. Poverty, lack of ability to provide, relationship matters, and they are considered weak if they seek help. So they stomach it, and the consequences can be not good. And many women continue to bear significant burdens related to caregiving responsibilities, gender-based violence, and economic hardship. Families are experiencing new forms of stress that require professional support and intervention. We witnessed high level of domestic violence during COVID because men and women were incarcerated in the same environment. I remember one woman made fun and said, he wrote a letter to the president and said, can you find a place where you can keep men during the day so that at least they're away from home? Because I think by nature, men are not supposed to stay home. No. Sit home all day and then you hear people breaking plates and cups and you wonder how men are going to survive. Sometimes you don't have the money, the requests are coming from left and right. So that creates a big pressure. So families are going through a lot of challenges. As institutions of higher learning, we have witnessed firsthand the growing demand for counseling and psychosocial support services. Students today require not only academic instruction, but also emotional resilience, psychosocial support, life skills, guidance to thrive in a rapidly changing world. There's research being carried out in issues of mental health among university students. Students face a lot of academic pressures when they fail, when they get retakes, and they cannot tell their parents that they have failed. And there are some parents who are very careless. They send their children to the university without support. So students come here and they have to fend for themselves, both girls and boys. And they get into all sorts of habits which create a lot of pressure on them. And some of them end into suicidal behaviors and all sorts of mental health challenges. The reality before us is clear. Mental health is no longer a peripheral issue. It's a development issue. It's an educational issue. It's a workplace issue, a family issue, and most important, it's a human issue. That's why the theme of this summit is very important today, shaping the future of counseling in Uganda, looking at the standards, practice, and excellence. The future we seek requires excellence in practice, and excellence demands continuous professional development, supervision, research, innovation, and a commitment to lifelong learning. As the mental health landscape evolves, counselors must remain equipped with contemporary knowledge and skills to address emerging challenges. Furthermore, we must strengthen collaboration among universities, professional associations, government agencies, development partners, healthcare providers, professional associations, and communities. Because no single institution can adequately address the growing mental health needs of our population. Therefore, collective action is essential. As educators and professionals, we have a responsibility to advocate for greater investment in mental health services, in research, in workforce development, and public awareness. We must work towards a Uganda where every individual has access to quality counseling services, regardless of age, gender, socioeconomic status, or geographical location. And in this, we need to call upon the counselors to be ethical and professional. Talking about confidentiality. When somebody comes and reveals to you their troubles, they expect that you are not going to reveal what you have been told. But unfortunately, I'm not saying some of you, unfortunately, some people reveal what has been told to them in their private conversations with other people. That one came to me, he has a mental problem. And that is not good. You need to be ethical and professional. Chambogo University remains committed to supporting this vision through training competent professionals, advancing research, promoting innovation, and creating partnerships that contribute to national development. We believe that a mental health population is fundamental to achieving Uganda's aspirations for social transformation and sustainable development. To our students and emerging professionals present today, I encourage you to embrace the noble calling of counseling with the dedication, humility, and integrity. The future of this profession will largely be shaped by your commitment to ethical practice, compassion, and professional excellence. That's what I've just talked about. I'm also told that this profession is largely dominated by females, by women. I don't know why. I think men can also be good counselors. You don't. Some of you don't agree. They can. Okay. So I would encourage many men also to go into the counseling service. And maybe a man would be more comfortable to confide in a man rather than in a female. Vicky doesn't agree with me. That's what research says. That's what it says. I withdraw my statement. Over the next 2 days, I encourage all participants to engage actively in the discussions and networking opportunities. As we reflect on the future of counseling in our country, may we remember that every statistic represents a human life, every mental health challenge represents a person seeking hope, and every counseling intervention has the potential to transform an individual, a family, and a community. I don't know how you are going to approach the issue of substance abuse in universities and some secondary schools. Unfortunately, there are people who are profiteering from the misery of our young people. These are people who import these hazardous substances and they pack them into small quantities so that they can be easily distributed, and they have destroyed many young people and destroyed families. You may want to discuss and see how you can approach this, because some of the people doing this are not poor people. They are rich people, important people in society. And they have taken this route to make money at the expense of the health of our young people. The Uganda Counseling Association's members and the board of directors, thank you for the concerted efforts of bringing counselors together and for keeping together. Together, let us build a counseling profession that is respected, trusted, accessible, and capable of responding effectively to the needs of our nation. When I say accessible, it reminds me, we had some people working in the medical, in the hospital in Makerere. they should have put before you go to the lab, there used to be a chair outside, and students used to come and sit there. And whoever sees them waiting to go to the lab, they knew they had a problem. But now looking back, they should have put this facility in a concealed place so that you don't expose people who are seeking help to others to imagine that those have challenges. So accessibility should also go with confidentiality. With these remarks, I want to welcome you again to Chambogo University and to the second National Counsellors Summit 2026, and to wish you productive deliberations and a successful conference. I want to thank you for listening to me. Knowledge and skills for service for God and my country. May God bless you.
Thank you so much, dear Vice Chancellor, for those remarks and the bit of the challenge to the men. I think it caught some attention, but thank you so much. And I'm sure we're taking to call a number of the things that you have mentioned in your remarks. And throughout the conversations, I'm very positive that we will be able to find some resolve even as we deliberate today. And just before I invite our next speaker, I just want to let us know that in case you need the restrooms through the corridor on your right here, there will be signage. I think the gentlemen will turn to the left, extreme left, the ladies will go to the extreme right. So just in case you need a break, that's where you could go. Our next speaker is a senior medical officer and a psychiatrist from the Ministry of Health. And what I think I have realized and known about him is he's very instrumental in mental health care planning and policy, and instrumental in coordinating mental health and psychosocial support services nationally. Many of you might have interfaced with him and seen him in a number of these forums. Very instrumental in emergency response, and he represents the Ministry of Health in key governance forums. And today he has accepted to join us here to give a keynote address. And the person that we are receiving to give us our keynote address and opening remarks is Dr. Kenneth Kalani. And I would want us to give a hand of applause as we receive him to come to the podium. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. I think you didn't mention that I'm also wear many hats. I'm also the president-elect of the Uganda Association of Psychiatrists. So I'm here representing the sister association as well. So standing on the protocol already established, the president of Uganda Counseling Association, the vice chancellor, Professor Eli Katumbuka, name, the representative of the dean and head of psychology, head of guidance and counseling in the University Winfred, colleagues from academia, civil society, and sister associations, esteemed elders and pioneers in the profession, counselors in the house. I see there are many counselors in the profession. So all of you, vibrant students, everybody present here today, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my profound honor to stand before you today. I've been asked to give a keynote and welcome remarks. Those two are difficult to deliver in one speech. Because welcome remarks, you need to be a bit, cordial. As the keynote, I would just be asking questions, but I'll try to combine both. Today, I'm here on behalf of the Ministry of Health to officially open this second National Counsellors Summit. When I look at the room, I see many delegates, and I noted that there are so many counsellors in the room. That is the center of the nation's mental health response. As we shall see later, I hope, in the presentations, that the bulk of mental health issues do not require treatment. So with us, the psychiatrists who treat at the top, we see very few. The majority require talk therapy, they require counseling, and all these early interventions are preventive towards severe illness. And as mentioned by Prof. earlier on, that the socioeconomic determinants of mental ill health are rising. And even if we examined ourselves and reflected 20 years ago, you note that the social networks we had 20 years ago is not what we have now. There are so many changes. You can't tell that our population is expanding and we have the same resources. And so the hustle to meet basic needs is real. That causes distress and poses significant mental health challenges. All these erosion in morals we see, all this erosion in morals we see, the violence, the rise in criminality and so on and so forth, is backed by the struggle to meet basic needs and certain things because of the challenges that people meet. So mental health issues go beyond just the individual, but the family and the entire community. Okay? So people need interventions, and I think counseling as a profession is the heartbeat of mental health and mental well-being in the country. So this is very important. Counselors are essentially guardians of emotional and psychological well-being, without which we will note that we cannot say you're healthy. Okay? As the association, UCA that is, approaches its incredible landmark of 25 years, a whooping 25 years of service, I want to say thank you, the association, and all the members in it. Thank you for holding the line. Thank you for listening when the world was too loud, and for healing the invisible wounds. But most importantly, for hanging on. 25 years ago, mental health as a profession wasn't given as much attention as it is given now. I struggle to talk to professionals. Even us in the medical discipline, we are discriminated as mental health. Stigma is real. They tend to tell us that we behave like our patients. Common saying amongst other doctors, you know, I always share this, and this is how the journey in mental health has come. But for me to go in and study or, choose the discipline of psychiatry, I didn't inform anyone in my family. Just went in. So when my dad asked me that, what are you studying? I said, I'm doing a master's somewhere there in Makere. So I eventually revealed after a year. In fact, when I was going to the second, because I would be discouraged. But it's because of the mentality. I don't think I would get that negative vibe or negative energy right now. Because the recognition is there and people are beginning to see. So for 25 years, this is a journey of perseverance, Uganda Counseling Association. That deserves a hand clap. Okay. Our mental health landscape is rapidly changing. I think this is what I was saying. You know that for a long time, mental health has been a whispered topic. Today it's out and in the open. People are crying out for help. This month, everywhere you see every poster, it's about men's mental health. People are crying out for help, but these are things we've not seen in times. And people cry out for help in many ways. Those that are able to vocalize their distress and cry out for help, cry out. But there are those whose psychological distress is transformed into other things, and they can tend to somatize. Some of those seek help in health facilities, but others present in different ways, including the increase in substance and alcohol use. Many times it's a cry for help because they are distressed and they find an alternative way of dealing with their distress because they can't open up to talk. And for us, when we see rates of alcohol and substance use increasing, particularly among the youth or young people, it's a cry for help. When we see suicide attempts increasing, it's a cry for help. In schools, students have a different way of presenting, and the teachers know this. You'll note that around exams, it's common in girls. You see people fainting, young girls, or collapsing, and displaying different symptoms. Unfortunately, some of us call it pretending. This is a cry for help. Because if they were able to talk, why would someone choose an alternative way of expressing their distress other than talking? So the signs are everywhere. It's written on the wall that in our schools, in the workplaces, in the hospitals, and in our homes, people are crying for help. And that, shows us the need for mental health support, but also the rise in mental health challenges in the country. Because of this rising demand, we've also seen a rise in practices. Some practices are standard, others are not. Other practices are driven by passion, which is a good thing. But passion without a standard can potentially be harmful. I always say this when I'm talking, that in mental health, the more the merrier. So I never send away a partner who's coming to work with us at the Ministry of Health, because I know where we've been and where we're at now. But I think it's time for us to standardize the practice, that we move away from just providing care to providing quality care, to providing safe care. Because the nature of people we support are vulnerable. If anyone comes out to you and cries for help, it is a sign of they are vulnerable, they need support. And so it's very unfortunate that some of our practice proves harmful to people who are vulnerable and willing to take up anything that is given to them. We've seen this in the alternative practitioners. We've seen this in even other quacks. I think not so long ago you heard in the news there was a crackdown in a certain facility along Entebbe Road. It was taking advantage of patients with mental illness and providing all sorts of unconventional treatments. Patients who have mental health issues are vulnerable, extremely vulnerable, that sometimes even their own family members will not listen to them. The society will not listen to them, will take them for granted. And so we are supposed to defend them and speak for them. We're supposed to do this in a very safe and professional environment. So this theme today is timely. Our profession needs to be regulated. We need to provide safety. Professor talked about ethics. We need to be standardized, that if I go to counselor A and counselor B and counselor C, the services I will receive have little variation. They are conventional services. They are evidence-based services. There is evidence that I will get fine and there will be therapy. So we need to move away from just providing services. So people take advantage where there is no standards. People take advantage where there is no regulation. Some people are driven by the desire to get wealthy and get rich, because the patients they see will do anything to feel better, because they cannot understand what they are going through. So I think it is time that we champion this and we see how we can make transformation. I'm very hopeful that this summit will act as a catalyst to drive this transformation that we seek. I think it is time, really, really about time. One of the reasons this summit is an absolute eye-opener is its commitment to the African contexts. For far too long, we're aware that psychological frameworks have been imported wholesale without contextualizing some of the interventions. But our healing starts with culture. Even as a country, growing up, we had our own therapists in our village, isn't it? As saying, as a therapists, we have all manners of alternative explanations, and our understanding of distress. In other words, the idioms of distress differ from culture to culture. The way it's explained here is different from the way it's explained in the Western world. So there is need to contextualize our therapy. One time we were having a session, a meeting with stakeholders, and one of the key stakeholders we had in the house were the alternative and complementary mental health service providers. So these are faith healers or religious healers. We had herbalists in the house. We had spiritualists. We had diviners. I hope you know the difference of amongst all those. So we had an honest conversation, and it was stemming from the fact that statistics from Butawika Hospital note that up to about 70% of the patients first seek services elsewhere. So they come to hospital as a last resort when everywhere else has failed. But where is everywhere else? It is the churches, then it is the traditional healing practices. One of my colleagues, Professor Catherine Abo, conducted a study as well. And she moved around these shrines, many shrines around, to assess the people seeking help in the shrines for mental illness. The findings were very incredible. That 60% of the people seeking help in the shrines had significant symptoms of mental illness, in fact, leading to a diagnosis of a mental disorder. So it takes me back to the vulnerability of these patients that we see and people with mental illness, but also the alternative explanation of symptoms of mental illness. And the explanation of the idioms of distress. So the other people, one of the traditional healers was bold enough to tell us that we always say we should train them. Why don't they train us? Because it is not by mistake that our patients end up in their places. They probably do these things better than us. And so we need to think about contextualizing our response. I see them from where I sit. I see traditional healers and faith healers as partners. I think we need to work with them and see how we can integrate our healing practices. One of the churches I know came to us and they revised a manual of psychotherapy and included Bible verses. They basically contextualized it. So they came to us telling us we receive so many clients or patients with these symptoms, but sometimes we do not know what to do. So how do we support them? But again, their background is religion and so on. So they transformed and revised and adapted and contextualized an entire psychotherapeutic model. So they were having group support therapy sessions in church using the basic principles, but integrating, church, integrating church scriptures and all this understanding of that. So these are the things that we need to think about. And I'm hopeful that in this particular summit, we will share evidence and research to help us, contextualize our practices that incorporates our idioms of distress and definition of healing, or how we define healing. We cannot talk about family therapy or trauma counseling in Uganda without understanding the communal fabric of our society, our customs, and our unique history. Over the next 2 days, I challenge you to look at research through an African lens. I'm glad that in this summit, we shall be hearing from locally based research by our own professionals. Let us build an evidence base that reflects our people, how to blend modern psychology with deep seated communal values. How do we integrate our traditional counseling practices into modern practice? So I'm hopeful that that will come out very well and should be discussed in this summit. Ministry of Health cannot achieve holistic health alone. In fact, for a long time, people look at mental health as a Ministry of Health thing. But mental health is cross-cutting, it is multi-sectoral. It cuts across different disciplines. In fact, I always say this every time I'm given opportunity, that in order for us to address mental health issues holistically, we need a whole of sector, whole of society, whole of people approach, not only the health sector. True health, as you know, is not merely the absence of physical disease, it is the presence of mental, emotional, and social well-being. You are our strategic partners in making this a reality. Sustainable Goal 3 seeks to ensure good health and promote well-being for all ages. You know, the definition of health or mental health involves ability to know your abilities, ability to cope with the day-to-day stresses of life, ability to work productively and fruitfully, ability to make meaningful relationships, and ability to contribute to your society. You cannot do that without mental health. Much as our health system is structured to serve the grassroots level, in our health system we have the VHTs or community health extension workers in the community. We have health center 2, 3, and 4, which provides primary health care. Have the general hospitals, regional referral hospitals that have mental health units for treating people with mental illness, specialized level. Then at national level, we have Butavika National Referral Hospital. Counselors are not very well clear or delineated. They are supposed to be in our communities. I don't know where you're supposed to be. Everywhere. So you see, in our recent revision of the public health, of the staffing norms, they included counselors at regional referral hospital. So for the first time, we're going to start employing counselors at the regional referral hospitals, and think at the general hospital level as well. But counselors, as I mentioned, are beyond health. You need counselors in education. You need counselors in the workplace. You need counselors in schools. You need counselors almost everywhere, isn't it? So how do we merge all this and see that we standardize the profession? Okay. So I'm hopeful again that this discussion will help us to think about how to disaggregate and distribute the profession of counseling. As we look at it now, most counselors are concentrated around urban areas. The rural areas are, and yet the bulk of the problems are in the rural areas. Much as we have problems here in the urban settings, but there are problems the other side. And I think the majority of the population still live in rural areas. So this uneven distribution, how do we make it even? It's a challenge. And I challenge the Counseling Association. I hope we shall get some answers in the 2 days of this discussion. We don't need just policy papers that sit on shelves gathering dust. We need the frameworks, the ethical codes, the continuous professional development, and the rigorous supervision models that UCA is championing, and evident links to the health system in Uganda. We also need action at all levels. I think I've mentioned this at individual level, at family level, at community level, at institutional level, district, subnational, and national level. You see that counsellors are required at all levels of the chain. So it is up to us to be organized as counsellors. I call myself a counsellor as well because I am. Okay. So it is up to us to organize ourselves and demonstrate the need. Some of these policymakers, the resistance we meet with policymakers, the resistance we meet with employers is out of ignorance. So when we organized and structured and our services are standardized, we can advocate better and inform the country better. Tell them that they need us. I don't think if counsellors are employed in all these levels we've talked about, I don't think we have enough counsellors to match the need. So it's up to us, I think, to standardize our profession, organize ourselves, demonstrate the need, because the demand is there. It's just that some people do not understand that it's there. This summit should not just be another corporate event to attend for certificates. It should contribute to shaping the counseling profession. I keep challenging the organizers that every summit, we should reflect upon the previous summit. And as we go on to the next, reflect on the impact of the previous summit. This helps us take accountability, but also helps us know that we don't just sit to meet to discuss, but things happen. I remember in the last National Mental Health Conference that we had, our guest of honor was the PS, my PS, Minister of Health. We had several discussions and demonstrated the need for mental health workers in all the facilities. After the conference, she wrote a circular to all the regional referral hospitals to prioritize the recruitment of mental health workers. That is impact. So I expect something similar from this summit. That after this discussion, we have something to take home, something that is impactful. So that as we come back to the next summit, we reflect that the previous summit, we did this and that, and this was the outcome of our meeting. And we need to improve. We need to just stop talking and start moving. Okay? Over the next 2 days, you will dive into specialized learning sessions from the crisis of school mental health program to the hidden pressures of workplace burnout, from the complexities of family therapy to the depth of trauma care. So these are all looking at the program, what we'll look at. I want to challenge the students and academics here to challenge status quo and ask questions, generate research questions from this summit. following these discussions, research questions that will address our social problems, that will transform policy. Research questions that are relevant and speak directly to our needs as a country, but also as a profession. I keep challenging researchers that there's a bit of a disjoint in academics between academics and researchers and real practice or practitioners and even policymakers. So researchers tend to be driven by the need to publish, because the number of papers I publish, it speaks to my promotion and so on and so forth. And yet there are lots of resources invested in the studies that are conducted. These studies do not answer our problems. Yet the practitioners that are in the field and generate I understand the real problems, are not speaking to the researchers. And the researchers and the practitioners are not speaking to the policymakers who transform national change and design policies that are supposed to address the problems that the practitioners face, and the researchers are supposed to understand it better and give us evidence or solutions to inform policy development. So we should, in these forums, see how to solve this problem and start to have meaningful conversations between academics, practitioners, and policymakers. That the researches conducted are actual problems faced by the practitioners. And these researches conducted generate solutions and evidence to inform policy. That our policies are evidence-based. I struggle as a policy maker to convince my colleagues that this is the best line of action, because oftentimes I do not have evidence. So look at the evidence that exists, doesn't speak to our problems or the problems that I think I know. And so I will stammer. And when you are in that table, call it the agenda universe, where the cake is cut, the resources are small. And so you need concrete evidence to convince everyone that this is the best course of action that we need to take. So I want to implore researchers and academics here to pick up these problems that speak to our challenges, to generate research questions that speak to our challenges, because ultimately we need to use that evidence to transform policy that will improve our practice as counselors. Practitioners, I implore you to improve your knowledge as well. Learning never stops. I say learning stops when you are dead. People keep learning, and I keep encouraging, and it should be practice. I'm glad that it's beginning to pick up in our country. I was in Ginger yesterday, and I was training a couple of health workers on how to conduct support supervision, the lower facilities. So one of the challenges I've had as a trainer, I move around this whole country training healthcare workers. One of the challenges I've had is that people want to be paid to get knowledge. So you need to provide transport refund, you need to give meals, sometimes you even need per diem in order for you've traveled all the way from Kampala to maybe Gulu, and you sit, but you need to provide all these things that people can sit comfortably and learn. And even when they're in class, they're not actually paying attention. So sometimes you feel my effort is wasted. And it's a lot of resources that you're putting to deliver this intervention. That should change, because knowledge is not free. It should be paid for. In our meeting in the mental health conference, one of the speakers told us that if you make a mistake, now you counselors, practitioners, if you make an error and you are charged, they will sue you. Now people are aware, much more aware than many years ago. So they can sue you because of your ignorance. When they sue you, two things will happen. You will pay for damages, but you will also learn. So ultimately, you've paid to learn, isn't it? So in one way or the other, knowledge should be paid for. Even you, as you're here, much as you probably have not paid. Okay, all of you have paid. But on top of paying money, you also pay your time. I think that is a very important resource that you're giving it here. So let's not waste that resource. Practitioners, let's learn. And out of this summit, it should make you a better practitioner. But most importantly, feel free to share your experiences in the field, because we have researchers here, we have policymakers here. It's out of your experience that policies will be informed. So the policymakers, listen with intent, because the insights generated here will form the blueprint of our national frameworks. I think in terms of mental health and counseling as a discipline, we still have a lot of policy decisions to make to improve our services. So for the policymakers here, please pick up a thing or two that will inform our policies. I implore you not to skip any single presentation. Do not miss a single panel. The person speaking next to you might just hold a missing piece of what you're trying to look for in your practice. All I'm trying to say is that networks are very good. We have experienced people here. We have juniors. We have researchers. We all need to collaborate. We need to be mentored and need to mentor, because learning happens either way. It's bi-directional between a mentor and a mentee. You need to make collaborations to win grants. You need to improve care. You need to do so many things. So amongst the many things that you should do while you're here is create a network. Have a contact of someone that you can continue to engage beyond this summit. Let us argue constructively. Don't get annoyed. This is academic arguments. Let's be open to learn and unlearn. Okay? And ultimately, let's plan to align our discipline, that is counseling, as a profession. As I declare this second National Counsellors Summit officially open, I leave you with this to remember. Shape the future of counseling today, so that tomorrow our individuals, families, and communities can thrive in safe, excellent, and dignified care. The efforts of UCA maybe many years ago is felt now. Many small things that we do. So even if you don't feel the impact of your work now, we are laying a firm ground for the people that will come after us. And ultimately, these are the people who will take care of us when our time has come. But we'll sit back and reflect and smile and say, in this summit, these are the things we discussed. And it is our work that gave a firm foundation to a strong counseling and mental health profession. I want to especially thank Chambogo University, Vice Chancellor, for hosting us today and championing the training of counselors. I felt very impressed when I saw the number of counselors that were trained in the institution. Let's clap for Chambogo University for championing the profession. I think they've taken that a notch higher and even have a master's training program now. I also want to thank UCA again, Elizabeth and your team and all the members of UCA for being relentless, never giving up, and always talking about professionalism in the discipline. Your fruits are beginning to yield, I think, or they will soon yield. So be relentless and let's continue to seek for professionalism. And to thank these organizations that have subscribed to UCA and inadvertently funded it in one way or the other, including this summit. Minet in no specific order, Pulse, Psychotherapy, Mango SS, Minders, Wellness and Psychological Center, Samotherapy, Winrose Counseling and Wellness, Fudge, Chambogo College School, and all of you for paying up and attending. For God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, that hand clap was mine and I was not here. Let us get a hand clap for Dr. Kenneth Kalani. You know, you rarely clap for us, the moderators and MCs, but you never know this session. We are making history. So now, we are going to move in for our breakfast, but there are very many things that, Doctor, you have hint on that has helped me answer very many questions I received from the counselors during the release of the PSC's letter. Allah! Now the beautiful faces you see here that night. But now I am glad you've received the answer. Colleagues, money is coming. Opportunities are coming. And I appreciate you for approaching the issue professionally. We did not receive any of our members write anything negative from the PSCs because we kept on encouraging. We needed clarity, and you've received the clarity. And we are getting into the spaces. We are going to continue to work together. I'm waiting for the day I'm going to see the Witch Doctors Summit, where they're inviting us to attend so that they train us their work so that we come in through. That is what I also picked out when Doctor said we are inviting them to attend and be trained in our settings. And they're also asking, why aren't you going there? Imagine Mama Fina holds one and trains. But some of them, and she's one of the few that has encouraged the team members to continue seeking the right knowledge to support their clients the right way. And I applaud her for that. So I call upon the rest of the team. Together we can work. I don't want to preempt Doctor's presentation, but we thank you very much, Dr. Kenneth. And he's always on time. He was here on time. He waited for us. I want to appreciate our professor. Thank you very much, the VC. He was also here on time and he waited for us. And we promise to be earlier the next time. Thank you very much. And dear team, now I'm going to request some of our guests here, as you know, they hold high portfolios and some of them are going to remain with us and some might leave us. So I'm going to request we shall come forward and have a group photo. Then thereafter, I'll request that the presenters for our next session will kindly move in and have breakfast first, and then we shall be here. Our breakfast is going to be inside here, and then you can sit anywhere you feel comfortable to interact. So ladies and gentlemen, I am inviting you all to come join us for a group photo, and we shall have our guests, they will stand where they are, and we shall come join in to the front, to the back. Some of us will stand here, but not in front of them. Now, let me give you direction. Some of us will stand down here. Others are going to come, we stand this side, and just others will also stand the other side and down here as well. Let us please do that in the shortest time possible. For me, I learned one thing, kwetega. Now I position. And you know, at the end of the day, we can always join the team. Some can be down here because you are the front. Some can come behind. Oh, yes, even in front there, I've been told the guests can be seen very well. Okay, let us follow the guidelines of our photographer, and then we get well placed. The other side, we still also have space. And don't worry, as free man, my space is in the middle there. I'm already sorted, so someone can occupy here. Just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been guided to the best of my abilities. I am very good at talking, but not very good at pictures. They have been directed. Let's kindly go. We use the stairs for a professional counselor's picture. Let us please follow, and our guests will be to the front of us. So while you're being organized, we leave the space. We are bringing. So, ladies and gentlemen, also as you leave, we appreciate the PRO for Chambogo University for bringing and guiding Professor Katunka to be with us here today. So we appreciate you so very much. Go to Evelyn. Sorry. Mr. Ashraf or Martin. Mr. Ashraf or Martin, please come to where I am. Mr. Ashraf or Martin, please come where I am. Come to inside. Any member of the organizing committee, I also invite you to come to me. A gentleman on the organizing committee, please come where I am. Don't worry, you are safe, your bags are safe. One of us is remaining inside here. Any gentleman of the organizing committee, please come to where I am.
Jesus. scared. Show me who made you walk all the way here. Settle down, put your bags down. Together, open your heart. It's time to celebrate who you were, who you are. We're one and the same, yeah. We don't need to be related to relate. We don't need to share genes or a surname. You are my chosen family. If we don't look the same, we've been going through the same thing, yeah. You are my chosen family. I chose you, you chose me. I chose you, chosen family. I chose you. We've been going through the same thing, yeah. You are my chosen family. We don't need to be related to relate. We don't need to share genes or surname. You are my chosen family. So what if we don't look the same? We've been going through the same thing, yeah. Chosen family.
Are you ready? I'll praise in the valley, praise on the mountain. I'll praise when I'm sure, and what? Praise when I'm doubting, yeah. I'll praise when I'm outnumbered, praise when surrounded. My praise is the wall that my what? My enemies encountered. Come on, let's lift it up. Come on. As long as I'm breathing, I got a reason. Praise the Lord, oh my soul. Come on. Praise the Lord, oh my soul. I got a reason. I got a reason.
Hello. Members, let's allow the committee members, I mean those who are going to present next, to come forward first. Our guests, Dr. Kalani, Mr. Nsamba, please first come, then the rest will follow. Dr. Anne, I know you're a presenter. Presenters, please come forward. Come forward. Thank you. Committee members, we need to be somewhere strategically positioned. Please pass here and you join the line. Come and pass here. You join the line there. Come. Come this side. Yes. Dr. Anne, I don't see you near. Please come. Okay.
Have you ever felt like
I'm sorry for the bad manners.
Have you ever felt forgotten?
I've not yet seen Dr. Kalani here. I will look for him. Thank you.
Could disappear like you could fall and no one would hear.
It's okay, Dr. Vicky.
Well, let that lonely feeling wash away. Maybe there's a reason to believe you'll be okay. 'Cause when you don't feel strong enough to stand,
you can reach out your hand, and oh, someone will come running, and I know they'll take you home. Even when the dark comes crashing through, when you need a friend to carry you, when you're broken on the ground, you will be found.
so let the sun come streaming in, 'cause you'll reach up and you'll rise again.
Lift your head and look around. You will be found.
There's a place where we don't have to feel unknown. Every time that you call out, never less alone. You can only say the words from across the silence. Your voice is heard.
Take you home.
Someone will come running to take you home.
Take you
Hello.
Even when the dark comes crashing through,
Hello.
when you need a friend to carry you, and when you're broken.
Yes, dear members, I would like to request you to just look on your left. You may not look at me, but look on your left. I'm requesting the two ladies, please. Hello, Linda, kindly move back to where you were. And please, both of you put up your hands. I want you to look around. Those are our official events photographers. Any other photographer has not been cleared by us. So all pictures that are being taken by them, you will receive them in soft copy. We have the media team here from NTV. They're the ones that are having the recording cameras. This camera here is ours as the event. So for any other, we have those service providers that take pictures and they make a frame for you. If you're interested, when they come around, please let them know. If you are not, and they're not those two ladies, kindly show them you are not interested. Have I made myself clear? Oh, okay, please. Thank you.
I got myself a notion, and one I know that you'll understand.
I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hands. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire in darkest night. You are close like no other. I've known you as a father. I've known you as a friend. And I have lived in the goodness of God. Oh, 'cause all my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender now. I give you everything. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful. Oh, all my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I'm gonna sing of the goodness of God. Oh, I'm gonna sing of the goodness of God.
joined in on it as well, at least 1,000 times. Singing Jesus loves me is a precious memory. I remember when, just as I am, first brought me to my knees. Yet here I am surrounded by some things I can't explain. But truth is still the truth. In the moment my heart breaks. If I could sing it then, I can sing it now. 'Cause who he was is who he is, beyond a shadow of a doubt. I might be standing in the darkness with trouble all around. But if I could sing it then, I can still sing it now. Oh, it's not always easy to join those melodies, but how sweetly they remind me of what I still believe. A voice that's raised in times like these may be the truest praise, 'cause I've never been forsaken, and that will never change. If I could sing it then, I can sing it now. 'Cause who he was is who he is, beyond the shadow of a doubt. I might be standing in the darkness with trouble all around. But if I could sing it then, I can still sing it now. Great is thy faithfulness. A mighty fortress is our God, standing on the promises. Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. If I could sing it then, I can sing it now. 'Cause who he was is who he is, beyond the shadow of a doubt. I might be standing in the darkness with trouble all around. But if I could sing it then, yes, if I could sing it then, I can still sing it now. My Jesus, I love thee. I can still sing it now. Break my heart, I can still sing it now.
Nearer, my God, to thee, nearer to thee, e'en though it be a cross that raiseth me. There let the way be steps unto heaven. All that ascends me in mercy
Still my song shall be nearer, my God, to thee. Nearer, my God, to thee. Nearer to thee. Though like the wanderer, the sun gone down, darkness beyond me, my rest angels to beckon me nearer, my God, to thee. Nearer, my God, to thee.
Spend all your time.
Like the frost on a rose, winter comes for us all. Oh, how nature acquaints us with the nature of patience. Like a seed in the snow, I've been buried to grow. For your promise is loyal, from seed to sequoia. I know though the winter is long, even richer the harvest it brings. And though my waiting prolongs, even greater your promise for me, like a seed. I believe that my season will come. Lord, I think of your love, like the low winter sun. And as I gaze, I am blinded in the light of your brightness, like fire to the snow. I'm renewed in your melt the ice of this wild soul till the barren is beautiful. And I know, come on, though the winter is long, even richer the harvest it brings. And though my waiting prolongs, even greater your promise for me, like the sea. I believe that my season will come. God, you're not done. I can see the promise, I can see the future. You're the God of If all I know of harvest is that it's worth my patience, then if you're not done working, God, I'm not done waiting. 'Cause you can see my promise, even in the winter. 'Cause you're the God of greatness, even in major. For all I know of seasons is that you take your time. You could have saved us in a second. Instead you said, like the seed you sow for the sake of a soul from Bethlehem soil grew Calvary sequoia. Oh.
I'll show you.
I see the King of Glory coming on the clouds with fire. The whole earth shakes. The whole earth shakes. I see his love and mercy washing over all our sin. The people sing. The people sing. Hosanna, Hosanna.
Virtual DJ.
Hosanna in the highest. Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna in the highest. I see a generation rising up to take their place with selfless faith, with selfless faith. Oh, I see an
So, ladies and gentlemen, for the interest of time, I am going to request those who have finished your breakfast, please come back to your seats. And the rest that are getting your breakfast, kindly walk back to your seats. We are going to have a working breakfast so that we can be able to redeem time and be able to live here. The program says 5 p.m. and I want to assure you, ladies and gentlemen, by 5 p.m. I'll be saying thank you and good night. So let us prepare ourselves and be ready to have a wonderful mid-morning session. And for our lunchtime, we promise that we'll have 2 serving points for purposes of time effectiveness. And I want to let you know our lunch will not be served in this room. It will be served in a gazetted room that has been prepared for our lunchtime. So from lunchtime till the end of tomorrow, our meals will be just in the next room about next to verse. So at this juncture,
break my heart for what breaks yours. Everything I am for your kingdom's cause. As I walk from earth into eternity. Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna in the highest. Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna in the highest. Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna in the highest.
okay, members, we are going to continue with our session. And I am still appealing to all of us. When we are done with our breakfast, let us please occupy the front seats that have not yet been occupied so that we have a good photo that we'll be sharing for us having come here to share. Now, most of the times when the photographers share with us the pictures, the challenge as a PR I get is when I have 3 people in one center, 20 spaces, other 3. So it's like it becomes disorganized. So kindly, even when you don't see me post a picture where you are, maybe you are not positioned well. I am giving an earlier communication if you don't see that picture. So now, without taking more time, allow me invite the next moderator for our session. This moderator is a mother to a one so-called and lovely Asante. She is a wife to a husband who is a man, and also she's a clinical psychologist by profession. She's the CEO, Minders Wellness. And at the same point, we are privileged that she is the president of the Clinical Psychologists Association of Uganda. She's the general secretary of Uganda Counseling Association. So, ladies and gentlemen, those without anything in your hands, let's put our hands together to welcome Miss Vivian Olga Kuda. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will still ride on the protocol that was observed earlier. And really, for us to manage time, is that we start right away. The workshop, or rather the summit, has officially been opened. So we are going to start right away. My role is very simple. It is to announce, or rather introduce the next speaker. The next speaker is called Bako Jen Patricia. She's a lawyer by training and a counseling psychologist who is very passionate about human rights. And as such, she pursued a bachelor's degree in law and thereafter studied health and law. She's also very passionate about mental health, and that explains her dual career. She's a lawyer who is also a counseling psychologist. Ms. Bako has a Master's of Science degree in counseling psychology from Bugema University. I think it's worth that we mention these academic institutions. She has experience working with various organizations on issues related to international criminal law, including the ICC. Many of us have heard about the Konyi trials. Ms. Bako is privileged to be part of the team. She has also worked for, this is in French, I have no idea how, I can only say hello in French. So she has worked as a program officer for Avocats Sans Frontières, I don't know if I've pronounced that well, and she has been a lecturer of law at the School of Law at the Uganda Christian University. Bako is currently pursuing a PhD at the University of Western Cape in South Africa, and her research area is, guess what? Mental health of people in the legal profession. Does she hold a beautiful career? Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for her. Bako will present for 20 minutes and we shall have a Q&A for only 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olga, for the introduction. And I think for me, this is a good space for me. As you heard that I'm a lawyer who is very passionate on mental health, and I have a bias. Someone asked me, why did you decide to do a research on mental health and well-being, especially amongst the lawyers? But because I'm a lawyer and I know that we have issues, but as a legal profession, we don't want to speak. So I've done my research and that's where I'm focusing on. And I think for me, what's very interesting, I'm not only doing the PhD under the maybe Department of Psychology. I feared because I'm not a psychologist, so I needed to keep around the law, and I decided to assess the legal and the policy frameworks in Uganda and how we can tap into them to promote mental health among the legal professionals. So I've done research and I have my own empirical research that I've done and I'm still pursuing it. Hopefully I can be done by next year. So I was requested to make a brief presentation on the professional regulatory frameworks in Uganda, knowing that us as counselors, we haven't yet been regulated, but we need to regulate ourselves. Picking up from what Dr. Kayanyi was mentioning, it's high time we take charge of our profession. Now I'm crossing because I'm in both two professions. So it's very important that we guard our profession. For us, the lawyers, you can't just come and masquerade that you're a lawyer. We shall catch you. Actually, it's a criminal offense to hold out. We call it holding out. So that's briefly me. Who am I? So I hope I've done it very well. Yes. So basically, I'm talking about regulations. What do we need to do when it comes to regulating ourselves as the counselors in Uganda, but also more as the other providers, mental health service providers? And so, in terms of my presentation, I'll be talking about constitutional and legislative foundations. I'll be talking about major legal frameworks. I would also talk about the key professional regulatory bodies that we have in Uganda, and then the formational process to be licensed to operate as such as a body, but also recommendations for UCA, what I think we can do as the counselors moving forward. But also I draw experiences of what our neighbors have done. You'll hear from my presentation. We have neighbors in Nairobi. They have done something. South Africa, they have a regulatory body. Nigeria, they have. What are we doing? It's high time we start making a case for our body to also be regulated. So just as a way of also, first of all, I draw in terms of the constitutional and legislative frameworks foundation. It's very important for us to note that there are provisions in our constitution, the 1995 constitution, that talk about what we are and what allows us to even practice our profession. Now, when you talk about Article 29, tells us about freedom of association, enables formation of professional bodies. We are guaranteed in the constitution to have this right to form this professional body. And more so, when you talk about Article 40, Article 40 gives us a right to practice one's profession. We are counseling psychologists. We are clinical psychologists. It's our right to practice our profession. It's provided for in the constitution. So that's what Article 40 tells us. And so the state has an obligation to protect our labor rights as the counselors. And I will ask us that in the event one of these days, as a counselor, you fall on the side of the law. Like, for example, your client has told you information and the court is summoning you to tell them what happens, who protects us, who fights for us. You see, and it's not very far. We've seen the lawyers that have already come for us, where there is a client and a lawyer relationship, it's being interfered with. What about counselors? And more so when we don't even have a body that regulates us, where do we fall? These are key realities, and it can come to our doorstep anytime. And then the other thing is the Article 40, which talks about the access to information relevant to professional conduct and accountability. All these are provisions in our constitution that allows us to really practice our profession. And then there is Parliament, also Article 79. I don't want to bore you with the laws, but just to tell us that the Constitution has provisions that cater for us. Of what we are doing about this as counselors is the question that we need to move out of this room and see how do we move forward. Now, there are enabling frameworks also that we have. For example, the Companies Act. As you know that for us, we are a registered association. I don't know. I guess we are registered as a company limited by guarantee, but also it has other provisions. There are some legal things that we need to cater for. The advocates, for them, they have their law that also allows them to operate. Then we have National Council of Higher Education, just to show you the enabling legal frameworks, legislations that we have. So it's not really far, and we still have space to do something as the counselors. Now, there are major legal frameworks and governing professional associations that exist in Uganda. And I'll start with the first one that is the oldest. That's the Advocates Act. The Advocates Act is the oldest, or the advocates or the lawyers is the oldest association we have in Uganda. And of course, they have regulatory scope. And in this, they are regulating the work of the legal professionals. We are talking about advocates, we are talking about legal service providers. And this is administered by there is a body that does that. And that is the Uganda Law Council or the Uganda Law Society. They work hand in hand. And what is their mandate? What do they do regarding this? When you talk about this, that for us as lawyers, you cannot practice unless you have a practicing certificate. And this has to be renewed every year. And that is dependent on you doing some continuing education. Where are we as counselors? Do we even think of continuing legal education that we can do professional education? Or for us, I know as a practice, I already pay my membership to UCA, and that's it. But can we think of the body that can really help us to really regulate that? Before you practice for that year, you must have registered. You must have done some continuing education. Some of us, since we left university, we have never done even any course. But we are counselors, you understand? And there are new principles, there are new things emerging, but what are we doing about it? So we need to really reflect on this. And then, of course, the medical and dental associations also have their own body. This is regarding license and ethics. But also, I need to tell you that also with the lawyers, there is the ethical bit. Now, in an event that I keep imagining that you are a counselor and someone of a high profile comes to you, we are supposed to keep confidentiality when we are dealing with our clients. The client comes and then you get so happy, you share these things with someone. And someone goes and writes about the situation in the newspaper. And how do you protect yourself as a counselor that it's not you who release this information? And that person can sue you. And now who will come to support you when we don't have a body that brings us together? So this is some things that we need to really reflect on, in terms of ethics and all that. And then there is also the Allied Professionals Act. We have the architects. Can you imagine? Even the architects have their own body. And now for us, we are dealing with sensitive issues. We are dealing with a whole person, the mind. We are supporting these people, but we don't have a body that regulates us, that takes care of us, or that even someone can come and report to. And so then we have also the even veterinary surgeons have, the surveyors have, the nurses have. It is either registration or license or discipline. But I think for me, it's the case that I'm putting forward that we need to think of us counselors being licensed, being given, having a regulatory body, either a board or a council, but something that can really help us to recognize our work. No wonder that's why we have to keep telling people that we are important. If we have our body and we are organized, they will know that we are indeed important in the country. Okay. So then there are key professional regulatory bodies in Uganda. Like I mentioned, we have the Uganda Law Society. The society brings together lawyers. We've seen them make statements. In the event something happens to one counselor here and they're being forced to come to court and testify and we are refusing and the counselor has been thrown in prison, is there a body that will bring us together as counselors to stand in solidarity with our colleague? So I think for me, those are things that we need to really reflect on. So we have that, we have the engineers, we have quite a number of them, but that's what I'm trying to tell us, that we should go on the right track as counselors and also be having such bodies that regulate us. That's just a brief examples. The nurses' councils, that someone can walk to the nurses' council and report that there is this and this. But now if I do something bad as a counselor, where are you going to report? Where are you going to report? Because even if you say you're going to go to Uganda Counseling Association, I'll say, but that is just an NGO or an organization. They don't have the whatever to bring me, to call me to book. No one can tell me they will scrap my license. And that is even whether we have the license. So that's really something that we need to reflect on. I also try to tell us that what I'm talking about is not alien. It's in other jurisdictions. For example, Kenya, just across the bridge. They have even an act, the Counsellors and Psychologists Act of 2014. And then the body was formed in 2022. They have even a body. And what this provides for is that the act provides for the training, registration, licensing, practice, and then the standards of counselors. It sets out also the standards of the counselors on how they should operate. So we can benchmark. We can talk to our brothers and they tell us even how they manage to reach where they are. But we have where to benchmark just across, okay? Then we have South Africa. South Africa, I like them because for them, again, they take it a notch higher, where you have to do even an examination to be admitted. So I know that I'm touching a bit of things that are sensitive, but allow me to just share what is being done elsewhere and perhaps see whether we can pick some lessons for us as counselors. So the South African, they have the Health Professionals Act. And more importantly, they have the Health Professionals Council of South Africa that deals with registration, standard of education, and ethical practice. What I didn't tell you also that even in Uganda, when you talk about the Uganda Law Council that regulates the work of the lawyers, is that even they go as far as knowing who is teaching in this university. Yes, the National Council of Higher Education can do their thing. But even us, we should guard and say, which professor teaches our students? What kind of students are we channeling out? Because we might be channeling out people who are not able to do the work in a professional way. But we don't have that mechanism. So we need to think about that. So there is that. And then importantly, that there is a board examination in South Africa. So you don't just wake up and prophesy that or say that you're a counselor. You need to go through an examination. So that is also what is happening across. Even our brothers and sisters in Rwanda, they have the Rwanda Allied Health Professionals Council that oversees the health professionals, including mental health practitioners. Because also, as we can say, we are mental health practitioners because we are speaking to the people. And then Nigeria. Now, Nigeria is a very interesting one because of course, I like Nigerians because for them, when they do it. They go excess. They do professional things and very good things. One of the things is that there is an act in Nigeria that allows them to work, and they have the Nigerian Council of Clinical Psychologists, but also they have the Counseling Professionals Council of Nigeria that was formed in 2022. So the things are new, but we can also pick up and see what we can do. And then I think what I found very interesting is that they have the Chartered Institute of Counseling in Nigeria, meaning that institute also provides continuing professional studies. Are we together? So they do all that, and then they have the Nigerian Psychological Association that does research training. Who is channeling out our research? We have amazing research. Every time I sit in these conferences and hear the work we are releasing, but can we have some research component within our council that can really challenge us to really channel out so that we don't have to defend ourselves that we are important in this country? So then I talk about what now? After knowing what is happening elsewhere, I need to take us through the foundational processes that lead to licensing mandate. How? What do we need to do? Now, this is drawn from the Ugandan. What do we need to do in Uganda as UCA for us to get that license? One of the things is that we need to identify a professional need. Now we know the need is there, but has it ever been written down and we have put it down to say we really need this? So we need the professional need. And this is in terms of the government, we need to identify also a sector. I think for me, what is very important is for us to first identify under which ministry. Is Ministry of Health willing to take us on? Which ministry would be willing, or which government sector will be willing to take us on, so that we can have somewhere to start from. That is identifying the professional need. And then from there, we need the policy formulation. Because for any law to come up, there is first a policy in place that needs to be developed. And that this policy formulation is where the ministry drafts the policy. I don't know which ministry. I'm thinking it's Ministry of Health that we can fall under there. I'm not so sure, but I stand to be corrected by the practitioners. So we have the policy formulation where you have the ministry drafts the policy framework for the professional field. They draft the policy. Now, once the policy is developed, we go to the legislative drafting. Now, legislative drafting for Uganda, we have what we call the first parliamentary council that prepares the bill, prepares the documents and all that. Sometimes we have also a private members bill. Can we get allies within the parliament that can rally with us, that understand that this is an issue? We can do either way, but we can decide to choose what are we going up. Because even if it's a private members bill, they will need the first parliamentary council to help with the drafting and all that. And then we get a member who can push this agenda and we've seen laws being drafted in one day and being adopted the following day. What is stopping us? So for me, it's also me, I'm putting myself in because I'm also part of you guys. Then there is the parliamentary enactment. Now here the bill is debated, passed, assented to by the government. That's been by the president. All those are processes. But first what we need is to get a policy formulation. We need to first identify a ministry or a sector that will help us to push this agenda. Then we need to think of the regulatory body formation. Yes, we have the Uganda Counseling Association. Perhaps we need to think of Uganda Counseling Council, something bigger, because this is really, we think of a council, or we think of whatever I want to think of. Is it a board? Is it a council? How do we want to operate? And this will help us to identify whether, when we reach on under the act, This has to be defined. Do we want to be known as a council? Do we need to be known as a board? What is it? Okay. And then there are standards and rules. Of course, the law will set out the rules, the standards, and that's where we can guard the profession. Perhaps start asking that someone has to renew the license every year. And for you to renew the license, you must have done some continuing education. You must have done a course. Now, these are big dreams, but we can arrive there. We can benchmark and know what our other people have done in other jurisdictions. Now, when it comes to the license, the mandate, this becomes a crime. Should a counselor practice without a certificate if we have a body? But right now we have everyone, even those who are not trained. Someone is a village person but is known as a counselor. And they will be the ones delivering these services. You ask, do they have the skills? They might have the experience of life experiences, but do they have the necessary skills to speak to this person? So we need to really think, because we have very many singers, as a doctor was mentioning. Yes, we need to collaborate with them, but also we need to guard our profession. When someone is called a counselor, should be really a counselor. And this person is licensed, not holding out where we have those people. We have people at churches who are not professional counselors. They have not been trained, but they're counselors. And they wait and speak to people. Yes, they offer. I'm not disputing, but I believe that we need also to get to the churches to get really counselors with the skills to deliver what is required. It's not about giving someone 10 scriptures, because I've been there. They give them to you, you look at them, and they don't make sense to you. You need someone who can speak to the soul. You need someone who will tell you, you know what, this is how you're going to cope with this situation. There are times when you're in a fix and you cannot pray, but you need a counselor, a professional counselor, not any counselor. I know they're looking at me, so let me briefly go. So what do we need to do as UCA? The way forward and the recommendations from me. First, we need to look at the legal, institutional, and the professional steps that are necessary, as I've been explaining in the previous slide. We need to think of what is necessary for the counseling to achieve the same level of statutory recognition. And also the regulation as a law. Do we need to operate? How? We can draw references from the others, the ones, the medicine, the nursing, but also we need something to start with. The doctors, we've seen them join together, but where are we? So that is what. So one, I would recommend that what we can do first is to take the legal steps. The legal steps has to do with the enactment of legislation by parliament, but first we need to first go back and identify the person or the ministry or the sector that will be in charge to help us. And then there will be a policy formulation that has to happen. And then in a policy, we are busy talking, we are giving the rationale, we are giving why, and the dangers of why we think if people we are not licensed, what happens? So we need that. And then with this, when we set up the law, we should be able to establish a regulatory council that sets out the qualifications, the licensing requirements, so that we protect the professional titles. We need to protect, when someone says they're counseling psychologists, we need to protect those titles. Clinical psychologists, we need to protect those titles, not someone just, masquerading around. So this will also provide oversight when we think about the legal spaces. When we put up a law, it will provide the oversight, it will provide the ethical oversight, it will provide the complaints. If someone has a complaint against the counselor, where do they run to in Uganda? Even if they come to Uganda counseling associations, not all of us are members. And no one can call me to tell me, Madam President, you can't call me to tell me, Pasha, you've done this. Because I'll say, I'm not your member. But I'm a counselor, you understand? So we need that. We need that. Then we need also institutional steps. First, the counseling profession must establish strong institutions to support us. We need to identify which institutions are ready to support us as we talk about the regulatory frameworks. Then we need to think about the registering, the accrediting training programs. I mean, we have the Uganda National Council of Higher Education, but also we should be able to accredit these short courses that are being run by the university, so long as they are on counseling. We could also be taking up that charge of, we give the accreditation. You see, National Higher Council of Higher Education and Law Council, they work hand in hand. For example, for us as lawyers, they visit universities every year. And there you're required to show which lecturers do you have, what are their qualifications, and all those things. So we need all that to also think about that. Then we need also the professional steps. Now, the professional steps will involve things like clearly defining it's. We need to identify define our identity, the standards, the qualifications, the professional development, that continuing professional development, promotion of professionals, supervision and mentorship is very, very key. And I think that's where we get an opportunity to provide for it. How many of us here are being mentored? How many of us are being supervised? So that is also very important. And then building the case of the regulation. As counselors, we need to first of all, we need to tell them that we work with vulnerable people. We need to build a case. We need to put up a case that will need to be regulated. And this means we have to really say what are the problems if we are not regulated. So I was proposing that we could say maybe we work with vulnerable people. We say poor counseling practice can cause significant harm. And there we must have people who have done the research can give us the data of whether when someone got poor counseling, what happened to them. Okay. As a of conclusion, counseling requires professional organization. It requires institutional capacity and the legal recognition to attain its full professional status. And I said that Parliament should enact a law enabling a counseling registry council, and it starts with us at the UCA. It's not going to start with the Parliament. It has to start with us to step out of our comfort zone and see what we need to do. And then the council should be responsible for registration, licensing, supervision, and discipline of counselors. So we need to put up, when you're putting up a case, to defend all this. And then we need to strengthen public protection, professional accountability, and confidence in the counseling services. People knowing that these services are really important is very important for us. So I beg to thank you so much. But allow me, before I stop, to recognize my former lecturer who taught me in Bugema, Madam Ruth Matoya, the people who made me fall in love with counseling. She was my lecturer. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, was that hand clap enough? And also to remind you that this segment is called Policy and Practice. Bako is a sucker of time, so she thought she would be done by 12 p.m. So I'm only going to allow 2 questions. But Bako, as the General Secretary of the Uganda Counseling Association, I wish to give this meeting, or rather summit, an update. Next week on the 1st of July, the Clinical Psychologists Association, the Uganda Counseling Association, and members from and other stakeholders will meet at Makerere University, I believe at 11 a.m. to discuss what was on that board and more. But this is also to tell you that we can only achieve that if we work together. So when you find a counselor fighting with a clinical psychologist, then that won't take us far. When you find a clinical psychologist thinking that they are more superior to a counselor, that is even, what's the word for it, lethal? Pardon? Very toxic, okay? I should communicate I shouldn't be aggressive in my communication, but really to say that it's dangerous when we fight each other, because then we won't achieve much. And we are the ones that organize other people, don't we? But then we are not very organized. So, Ms. Bako, this conversation has come at a very opportune time where we are looking at all ways of ensuring that we concert efforts and get that bill, law, and whatever it is. So only 2 questions, 1 male and 1 female. Bako, I think this means that you did an excellent job. Thank you very much. There's a hand. Oh, pardon me. Yes, please. And kindly let us know your name.
I'm Dr. Otwine Ann Tweheyo from Bishop Stewart University. I feel sad that this conversation keeps coming back. Because as a member of the board, that time, we were running with it. And we reached a point, and probably Dr. Karugai will guide in this. We said that there was a proposition to form Uganda Council of Psychologists, from where we would build up together as a team. And that council we did agree, and it was put in place. So I don't know, maybe I need to be educated, but I think we keep bringing it back and back, and we've lost time. And I think as counselors, we need also to say, yes, we need to work together with other teams. And because I remember when it went to the Parliament of Uganda, they sent it back that all psychologists should come together, because they are not going to mandate counselors alone. They will not mandate clinical psychologists alone. So maybe an update on the Uganda Council of Psychologists. We don't know how far it has gone, but I think we need to be proactive. Thank you.
I hear you, Dr. Twine, and as the General Secretary, I will say this, I'm also passing an announcement. On the 31st of July, we have an AGM. I expect this room to be full, because then we can give an absolute update rather than now. But also to say that I believe in timing. Several years ago, we didn't have, as clinical psychologists, we didn't have a body, did we? No, we didn't. So running alone is one of the reasons counselors were sent back. But I can tell you that right now, we have the blessing of, and really, Dr. Kalani, I want to appreciate you. Dr. Kalani is pushing for this. You don't know how many times he texts, how many times he calls to say, can you people do this? Can you do this? And if he sends a message to Elizabeth will contact me on behalf of the clinical psychologists. Let's believe, as the Bible says, there's a time for everything. This is the time. Okay? Okay. Dr. Nsamba wants to say something? Okay, a question. Okay, interesting. And then we shall let Ms. Bako leave.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you, Councillor, for that presentation. To me, when we have this discussion is on and regular, we are in the right direction until finally we will be there. Yesterday, I had a conversation with my commissioner, because I expected that thing to come up, about the regulatory framework for councillors. And the last time we were in a discussion that Dr. Ann is talking about, there was an issue of where should it go. And her guidance was that really I think it would be better if it goes to, because they will say, where will it be housed? I think it would be better that we focus on education, since education is the chair of the human capital development. But also, when we come to body composition, I think we will be able to bring all the rest, because that has been a critical question even with the parliament. That is it for education, should it be in health, or where should it be? But now the argument is the chair of human capital development should take it up. So it should not stop us because of the different mandates. But also we are pushing strongly to have counselors in schools without preempting the next session. So if we are there, I think it will be a good way, since they are also ideally more schools than health facilities. We will have a big mandate over these people, then we can discuss as human capital development program, how best we can manage this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nsamba. Ladies and gentlemen, let's let Ms. Bako leave. And next on the agenda is a panel discussion. And the focus is going to be strengthening counseling in Uganda through multi-sectoral collaboration. The panel chair is Miss Grace Obalim, and allow me introduce her. Miss Grace Obalim is the lady on my left, the one in, is that olive green? Miss Grace Obalim Lamwaka is the Mental Health and Psychosocial Support Technical Advisor for a Transcultural Psychosocial Organization known to us as TPO. TPO is the biggest mental health in the NGO world, biggest mental health service provider, right? Grace Obalim is the national coordinator for the Mental Health Technical Working Group. So there's a body, for those that didn't know, that puts all of us together, the psychiatrists, the counselors, the clinical psychologists. Grace Obalim is a board member for the Clinical Psychologists Association Uganda. And for those of you who have been following the previous matter closely, Grace Obalim is one of the individuals that fought tooth and nail to ensure that we have a scheme of work for both the counselors and the clinical psychologists. Please give Grace Obalim a hand clap. Ladies and gentlemen, we have okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am handing over the mic to Grace Obalim.
Thank you very much, Vivian. Let us clap for Vivian. She has taken us through an amazing session, and she has given justice, quite justice, to introducing myself. One thing that she didn't add is that I'm a mentor. I love working with young people. I am very passionate about supporting young people grow up. And one thing that I keep saying in most of the platforms that I go to, that before doing my master's in clinical psychology from University of Nairobi, I was a counselor first. I have a degree in guidance and counseling from Nkumba University. Those from Nkumba, where are you? Don't embarrass me, I hope you're here. You're not here in the Counselors Summit. I'm going to complain. You're there, yes. So I joined the other presenters in congratulating Uganda Counseling Association. 25 years of consistent, of resilience, of setting up systems, establishing working mechanism, but most of all, of endurance is not an easy thing. I'm not sure, Dr. Kalani, is Uganda Psychiatric Association around 20 years now old? Yes, so I'm saying around because in my head I'm assuming that UCA should, if not, be the oldest professional association in Uganda in the field of mental health. So congratulations in making 25 years, and congratulations upon successfully holding this second summit. I am going to be chairing a panel. I have great panelists that I'm going to be working with. Most of these members of the panel are people that I know very well. They are going to answer some or most of the questions that Ms. Boko left us with in question. I'm going to introduce all my panelists, and then I'll give each of them key sets of questions that you will have time to answer. And then after that, we'll have Q&A. You'll have the chance to ask them one or two questions. My first panelist is Dr. Kenneth Kalani. Dr. Kenneth Kalani is a senior medical officer and a psychiatrist under Ministry of Health in the Division of Mental Health and Control of Substance Abuse. He is a man of many skills, known by so many. If you're in the field of mental health in Uganda, you cannot fail to know who Dr. Kenneth Kalani is. There is one thing I keep attaching to his introduction. He is one of those psychiatrists that opened the door for the non-psychiatrists to know that you don't need to be a psychiatrist for you to be able to provide mental health services. Dr. Kalani is a mentor. He's a policy specialist. We are talking here about policy. He's a policy specialist. He represents Uganda on quite a number of global platforms, and he directly leads and head the coordination and collaboration of all partners, including professional associations and institutions with Ministry of Health directly under the Division of Mental Health. Dr. Kalani, you can wave so that they know who you are. I think everyone knows you. He was our keynote address speaker today. My second panelist is a man who has gone through life. Why I'm saying this is because I am told for you to get the title of an urge, you have to have endured pain. You have to have endured suffering. You have to have gone through the trials and tribulation of life and made it through before you're given the title of an arch. But he still owes us our pilau. We have not eaten it yet to celebrate that title when it was bestowed upon him. That is Mr. Aj Saidi Sambi. Saidi is a teacher. He's a counseling psychologist, very passionate about children and young people's well-being. He is the coordinator of mental health and psychosocial support under the Ministry of Health, under the division of the psychosocial department. He is a friend, and we can tell for the past 3 to 4 years that he has joined the team of advocates and the fighters to ensure that mental health is heard everywhere they go. Colleagues, let us clap for Mr. Saidi. Aj, you can raise your hand as you plan for our pilau. We are still honoring you that. My third panelist is a lecturer at Makerere University, a very humble man. I have sat with this gentleman on several meeting platforms. And if you're not very keen, you might not think that he is around. But once given the chance to say something or speak, then you'll say, oh, wow, oh, wow, oh, wow. So my next panelist is Dr. Wilbur Karu. Hi, I've pronounced it nicely. Yes, Dr. Wilbur Karogai. Dr. Wilbur is a senior lecturer at Makerere University School of Mental Health and Psychology. He has a degree in counseling psychology and a master's in counseling psychology. He did his PhD, and his study of the PhD focused at domestic violence victimization and coping strategies. Before joining Makerere, he taught in several learning institutions, both here in Uganda and UK. His research focuses highlights primary coping strategies, family dynamics, and mental health in Ugandan contexts. He has investigated stress and coping among female nurses in Kampala. This is interesting. Highlighting the relationship between home roles and coping methods in occupational contexts. Dr. Wilbur has published a number of articles in peer-reviewed journals, and more recently in the collaboration with Danish government and World Universities Network and University of Southmore, founded by UK. He investigated refugees' mental health and harmful use of alcohol in Chigezi sub-region, underscoring his active engagement in psychosocial research with tangible social and mental health impact. Majority of those of you who have studied and come from Makerere, you might have gone through the hand of Dr. Wilbur. Let us welcome him. Now, I have few sets of questions, but the asking is not only going to be left to me. I'm going to start off with Dr. Kenneth Kalani. Dr. Kenneth Kalani, you wear several hats. You are the president-elect for Uganda Psychiatric Association. You are the senior psychiatric officer under the Ministry of Health. And listening to the conversation, you can clearly tell that there's a leadership gap in this field of mental health that professional associations and civil societies are crying for. My first question to you is, what are some of the roles and relevancies that counselors play in the mental health sectors? Under Minister of Health, what are some of the role and the relevancy of counselors in the health sector of Uganda? You can tie that to what are some of the deployments under the Minister of Health. What structures of deployment do we have for counselors in this country? Over to you, Dr. Kalani.
Thank you so much, Grace, for the introduction. Keep joking that Grace can easily sell you the way she talks about people. She embellishes titles sometimes, but thanks. You ask a very important question about the role and relevance of counselors in the health sector. And I think you asked me to tie it up with what
Professional deployment opportunities
what
for deployment for
opportunities
counselors, yes.
that exist. Yeah.
Mm.
So, as mentioned, as I'll refer to my keynote speech, that counselors are required at all levels of care at the chain. We note that mental health as a field is a relatively young field in many aspects, and there are so many things that we're trying to understand. So counselors can support in assessments, mental health assessments. Again, we note that one of the causes of admission and the burden to treatment in the burden of mental illness is posed by what we cluster as common mental illnesses or disorders. And these are anxiety, alcohol and substance use problems, depression, and stress-related disorders. Most of these, again, are related to social stressors and constraints that people face as they go about their lives, as they try to relate with others within the communities or family, as they try to relate with people in the workplaces, as they try to secure their basic needs in order for them to survive and eventually thrive. So counselors can support with family therapy. So as people go on with their duties, there are always conflicts. Conflicts in how do I solve this problem? How do I go about this? How do I relate with these people? And so on and so forth. So again, counselors can come in supporting and providing a family sort out issues if the significant stressor emanates from family relationships. They can also support individuals, solve their own problems, identify where issues are, and support them through the journey of staying mentally healthy, which I'm calling a journey because it should be deliberate, but they can empower individuals to do that as well. Can also support groups, so homogeneous groups that are going through certain issues, and couples as well. Lately, we've seen lots of issues related to relationships, and for us, in the treatment of mental illnesses, we have what we call the 4 Ps. So we have the predisposing factor, precipitating, perpetuating, and protective. So in those 4 Ps, we usually want to identify perpetuating factors. You can find that perpetuating factors or even precipitating factors are related to these social categories that I've mentioned. So you want to address that. And this is where counselors come in. They help us address these issues. That we protect patients or people that are likely to have a mental illness or relapse. We improve their protective factors and minimize their precipitating and perpetuating factors. I think that's a key aspect where counselors support us. And we've seen this in our system as well. We need people, the health sector, who understand mental health to join in awareness raising. We are mostly where we at because many people still do not appreciate mental health. To put it quite frankly, it is an elusive subject. It evades many people's understanding. And so they can explain it whatever it is. And that signifies how they prioritize or look at mental illness. So we need a bank of people that understand, and counselors, I think, are in that position. So in many things that counselors can do, they can join us in awareness raising, and we also reduce the stigma that's related to mental illness, because stigma in itself drives mental illness in very many ways. But if we address it, it can be protective. There are many patients within the health sector that are dealing with distress. Having a chronic illness itself is a distress experience. Okay, but having a terminal illness is even more distressing. So in health, we have patients in palliative care, patients that, the doctors, sometimes we are very aggressive when we are talking to our patients. We can tell them, according to science or research, people who have this illness will, chances, maybe there is 10% chance that they can live up to 5 years. So what does that mean? Then in a few years, a few months, you're going to die. That is very distressing.
True.
And probably the doctors may not have time to understand and take this patient through many ways. And this distress compromises the quality of life and even has impact on the treatment outcomes.
Okay.
So counselors support us in that manner to help patients deal with these issues, and also help them go through the loss that comes with having an illness. We have emergencies in Uganda. I always say outbreaks. It's not a matter of if we shall have an outbreak, but when. Currently, we're dealing with an Ebola outbreak. I think we've made it a trend now. Almost every year, there should be some outbreak coming up. These outbreaks pose significant distress to the people affected and infected. You note that the communities are affected. There is a lot of distress, fear, and so on related with these fears. But even the distress lingers on even after the outbreak is gone. Sure, there are patients that are still suffering the consequence of Ebola outbreak of probably 2020, 2023, or so on. So these outbreaks pose significant issues. So again, counselors support us in the response. And this is somewhere that is open.
Thank you.
For patients with alcohol and substance use, it's also key. And Grace, I see you're coughing, so I'll just stop there. But counselors should also support us in advocacy and research. I think I'll emphasize this more and more again, that we need evidence that that will help us shape the practice. In terms of deployments, you are aware that in the recent public service structure norms, counselors were included at the regional referrals. Again, all our regional referral hospitals have mental health units. And traditionally, the model of care has been biological model of care, but there is, continuing recognition of the psychosocial, that we provide package of biopsychosocial model of care, because that improves quality of care. So counselors have been included. Now it's just for us to advocate for recruitment, but the positioning is there. HIV care has traditionally employed counselors to support in treatment outcomes and palliative services as well, or palliative care. So those are the opportunities for recruitment.
Okay.
Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Before you go off, I have one follow-up question, which I'll give you about a minute or two to respond to. What are some of the collaboration avenues that exist where Minister of Education, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, professional bodies and civil societies come together with Minister of Health in fronting counselors and the professionalization of counselors in this country?
To answer that, Grace, I will reflect upon the MHPSS pyramid of care. At the bottom, we have, community family structures, basic needs and things like that. And then we go on to non-specialized care, and then eventually specialized care at the peak. Now, schools or education, we see schools as an organized community. They are the custodians. Most of our children, you heard from the recent census report, I think close to 50% of our population is less than the age of 15 years, if I remember right. It's a relatively young population. And if most of them go to schools, most of them will spend their time in education. So that is a huge opportunity for us, that if we start to address mental health issues, we start at the community. So we can foster community interventions in an organized community, such as an education environment. So work with them, because ultimately, whatever it is they're doing, they are part of the MHPSS service or mode of care. They're helping us identify these patients early enough. They are preventing it, and that is part of the chain of care, because we provide preventive as well as curative. Ministry of Gender are also custodians of communities, and they have an entire structure that support community care. In health, we have the VHT system, community health extension workers in the communities. Ministry of Gender has parasocial workers and the CDOs that, again, among other things, address the social determinants of health, well-being, but most importantly, mental health. So again, we can work with them and collaborate with ministry, because they deal with special populations like the elderly. I think the recent census report showed an increasing number of elderly people, and that is bound to increase because our life expectancy is also increasing. Health services are improving, so people are likely to live longer. And so we need to focus on that population as well. Also represent an organized population of workplace, because that in itself is a community. And workplace is a significant stressor, can lead to mental health issues. Anything that causes strain, anything that causes conflict in people's minds, in relationships with others, and so task-related relationships and skills, and so on and so forth. Many people, again, spend a lot of their time in the workplace. If I evaluate myself, I'm working most of my time than even I'm spending my time at home. So I either go back in the evening to sleep. So again, it presents a unique set of community that we can see how to advance these services to prevent and support people in that area.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kalani. Let's move away from ministry and go to learning institution. Dr. Wilbur, you're representing Makerere University. You're a lecturer there, but Makerere University is one of the government institutions that represents learning institution in this country alongside all the others. Now, how are learning institutions in this country collaborating? What are the collaboration avenues that learning institutions in this country has with the different under ministries that support outside learning institution to see that there is standardization of training and improving the quality of professionals that are being produced in the field of mental health?
Thank you so much, Grace.
Is it working?
Is it working? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you so much, Grace. Before I answer your question, allow me to appreciate UCA for this wonderful theme. I was reading the WHO report on mental health, and it picked 3 things that I need to mention before I answer your question that we need to take note of as mental health experts. Number 1, that report says no health without mental health. And to me, that really caught my attention, that it is not complete until we have mental health issues attended to. They also talked about collaboratively integrating mental health care into primary health care. Now, to me, that speaks volumes. Why? Because the issues we deal with as mental health experts are not purely psychological. Others are economical and others are physical. And then they talked about the last one that caught my attention, that we need to transform people's attitudes, the attitudes of the people we serve, but also our own attitudes as mental health experts. Quite often, when people are suspected to have mental health issues, the first place they go to are traditional healers. So we need to go out and change people's attitudes so that they are responsive about mental health. And what am I actually saying? That we are all mental health experts, whether your specialization is in counseling, clinical.
Back to the question, my
Yes.
panelists. because
Okay,
of time.
so your question was about how institutions collaborate.
Learning
with-
institutions collaborate with the under ministries in ensuring standardized training program and production of quality professionals.
Well, I think there is a gap because institutions are not keenly, interested more in collaborating with institutions, but they are interested about the professionals themselves. And I think there is a gap because we currently have 59 universities in this country. And I know many of these institutions offer counseling psychology programs. But there is a gap. Why? Because we don't have standardized procedures of actually training counselors. And this is where institutions like Makerere and the rest of these other universities need to work with National Council for Higher Education to make sure that we have standardized programs of training counselors. And why is this important? Because you might be studying in Kabale University and the other person is training at Makerere. And the question is, when you all graduate, are you at the same level? Of course, I know some people will say, yes, you are at the same level, but I don't think so. Why? Because probably the ways of supervising these students, how we orient them into theoretical perspectives may not be the same. So I think institutions should really collaborate with the National Council for Higher Education to make sure that we have standardized procedures of training counselors so that whether you graduate from Makerere or Kabale, you are all the same. Because currently, we have people who think they are more trained than others.
Correct.
And I think that is our mistake.
Correct.
That is our mistake.
Mhm.
I have heard about this, from different forums where people trained from different institutions think they are more qualified
Than others. Mhm.
And I think there is a gap where institutions need to work with National Council so that we have a national curriculum of training counselors in this country.
Thank you.
And that will reduce the inferiority complex among some graduates who feel they are not trained enough.
Thank you. That's a very strong point out there. You think because you graduate from University A, you're better than University B. My brothers and sisters, take note. We are all professionals, and I have the degree that you have. In the field of employment, we will all be employed and we get the same salary. You have heard it from the lecturer from Makerere University. This inferiority and superiority complex is a huge thing in Uganda. It's a huge thing. I want to tie it to one last question to you, Dr. Wilbur, before you go, that you could answer in about a minute or two. What are some of the strategies? You have a degree, you have a master's, you have done your PhD, and your research, your focuses at family, children. So what are some of the strategies that you can give in regards to strengthening supervision and continuous professional development among young professionals in the field of mental health?
Okay, thank you so much, Grace. First of all, I want to tell you that one of the mandates of academic, tutors is to do research. And I think we are not doing this country a favor. Why? Because many of the research that we supervise and conduct remain on the shelves of universities. And therefore, to begin with, we need to make sure that the findings go out to practitioners, and then finally we influence policy. So I think one key thing that we need to do is to make sure that the research that is carried out by people in academia, by you psychologists and counselors who are in practice, should inform our practice. Why? Because many of the theories that we use in counseling, you will all agree with me that they have been developed and standardized in Europe, isn't it? So the question is, are these approaches answering the questions of Ugandans who we serve? And therefore, it is our job and our duty as academicians and those of you who are in practice to make sure that there is a link between the research that we do in universities, which should translate into practice and then finally inform policy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Research should speak to the issues, speak to the needs. I told you earlier that when doctor starts to speak, you will say, wow. Let me go back to my next panelist, Ministry of Education. For a very long time, we had been saying education, education. Children leave at 5 a.m. to go to school. Children are not sleeping. Children are falling off border borders because they are going early to school. Teachers are being counselors and are also being teachers. My teacher is teaching me in class mathematics. I've gotten 0-0. I go to the counseling room. He's the counselor I'm talking to about the 0-0 I've gotten. She's also my female teacher. I have a crush on a boy and we are fighting over it. She's the same person I'm going to. Dual relationship, confusion of roles, conflict, and then the care for students' mental health. Living alone students, teachers, AGI. About a year or so, we had, there's categories of teachers who are more important than other teachers. All those contributes to the mental health issues. My first question to you, what are some of the strategies that Ministry of Education and Sports over time has put in place in strengthening counseling and provision of mental health services at institution of learning?
Thank you very much, Grace. And thank you, everybody. The board of UCA. These are really critical and pertinent issues that you are raising. At a ministry level, we do what we call strategic planning and strategic guidance. And in doing this, recognizing the need and the great role that counseling should play in the teaching and learning process, something has been done in that regard. For primary and post-primary institutions, we have guidelines on strengthening the role of senior women and senior men teachers, because these are currently what we are using as para-counselors in learning institutions, as we pursue until we get substantive counseling officers in schools. We do have a lot of guidance, including counseling materials for primary institutions, using play therapy for primary schools. All of these materials are there at the ministry level. We recognizing the COVID and the after effects of COVID, the Ministry of Education issued a circular on prioritizing mental health of learners and teachers or staff. And one of the things that it talks about in Circular 20 is the creation of a weekly mental health hour in every learning institutions. All this is to ensure that we are moving towards that. We have standardized the training curriculum for us in education. The training curriculum, when it comes to mental well-being and psychosocial support, we have standardized it across board. We worked with all the partners and the Ministry of Health and everybody, and we know what a non-clinician needs to handle in terms of this area. We have also worked out and printed counseling flip charts to guide the counselors. We have other materials, including the guidelines, which were recently launched. This is the guideline for institutionalizing mental health. We have the teacher's handbook on mental health. We have learners' booklets on mental health and learners' booklets on prevention of alcohol and drug use. In the meantime, as I conclude on that, we negotiated with the Minister of Public Service and Minister of Finance to have a counselor in every post-primary institution. We were not there because of government planning and prioritizing, because of the wage implication. But as part of the compromise, we were given the position of education officer for guidance and counseling in every local government. So every district and municipality should have somebody in charge of guidance and counseling, substantively appointed. We are happy that some districts have already appointed, other districts have assigned, but this is in the structure of Ministry of Public Service that has been issued. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You preempted my second question that I was going to ask, and thank you for running ahead of me. I will not ask that question. As I prepare to take back to Vivian, we have had quite a number of good discussions that have come. They are key that I just want to re-echo as I take my seat, that was brought by the doctor from Makerere. Gaps in harmonized teaching curriculum across the different institutions of learning in Uganda is creating and contributing hugely to the quality of professionals and the poor coordination among the different professionals that come from this country. Doctor, I want to bring to your attention that with the establishment of the Uganda Clinical Psychology Association, I serve on the board. And somehow, somewhere, I supported briefly in reviewing application for membership for members who are applying to be members of the professional association. I just want to bring to your attention, this laptop is for who? Your email is opening. I'm literally getting anxious. Someone is operating this laptop from remotely. Freeman, please stop. Okay, thank you. that as much as we speak about professionals that graduated from the different institutions in Uganda, there were quite a number of professionals that have graduated from outside countries, countries that are not within the East African region, countries that are not within the East and Southern African region. And they have graduated from Asia, they have graduated from, China. And so it poses a challenge of the quality of these professionals. Are they the same? I'm throwing this to us and to the learning institution. Vivian has graduated with a Master's of Science from Makerere University, and someone has graduated with a Master's of Arts from University in Asia. And they're coming to practice in Uganda. How do you do that? The professional associations. I'm very sure it's the same case with UCA. So these I'm throwing it, tying it to the uncoordinated teaching curriculum that we have across the country. You spoke about research. I love research. I love to talk about it from far, but not from in, because I'm not a researcher. And I like what you have said. Research should speak to the issues, speak to the needs. Research should be a tool to contribute towards professional and continuous development and growth of professionals. Dr. Kalani, you brought in very key roles of counselors in this country, several of them. One that came out very strongly for me is awareness raising. Dealing with stigma and giving the right information around mental health is something that needs to be done. So, colleagues, this is just a few shots of what I picked from my panelists. I want to take it back to Vivian, maybe in about 5 or 7 minutes. If she allows, you can take 1 or 2 questions, but be kind to my panelists, okay? And let us clap for them. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us. Yes, Vivian.
Thank you. May I kindly get a young, energetic person to help me move around the mic? Oh, Freeman, you're right here. Okay. Oh, I forget you're a board member. Pardon me, please. Ladies and gentlemen, another hand clap for this wonderful team. Very, very critical matters, food for thought in every way. I will only take 3 questions. Why? Because the next presenter is waiting online. And colleagues, please be precise. Let us know your name and let us know to whom you're directing the question.
Thank you so much. Jolie Nasaka. Now it is talking. Okay, I'm Jolie Nasaka Sebulime, by the grace of God, Mengo Senior School, the school counselor. And with me, we are a team of 6. We have the senior lady, the senior man, and then other counselors here. So my question goes to Minister of Education and Sports. Thank you. Mr. Saidi. You've talked about the mental health hour. And I just want you to elaborate, like, it is a very good initiative. What can be in that hour? Is there a policy that we can use for mental health that we can also help our learners? Thank you so much.
Okay. Mr. Saidi, let's take some more questions. I ask the panelists to take down the questions. Next.
Thank you so much. My name is Monica Charimpa, a teacher at Mengo Senior School and also a counselor.
Mengo School, we have 3 questions. I don't know how we should, because
Yes, my question is directed to Dr. Saidi. It is a worry. Yes, the ministry is doing something great in catering for post-primary education in mental health and also in counseling. But as teachers, we realize that we are receiving batches from primary schools that are already wasted, that already have mental health challenges. We are still assuming that a child who is a teenager is the one getting these problems. But it is now starting from the age of 9. We get counseling sessions with them and we find that problems are stemming from primary. I kindly request that we think about the primary education. There are some schools that can even manage councillors
Your
without
question?
the government.
Direct the question. Let
Yes.
it be precise. What's the question?
I would request that we think about primary, the grassroots level. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, here, the mic will go this side. The lady in brown, near this side. The lady in brown. That is very good advocacy for yourself.
I'm the lady in brown. My name is Nyadela Mariana. I happen to be a center coordinator in one of the international schools. And this goes directly to the doctor that is responsible for the ministry currently as we speak now. I'm wondering, do we really have child protection policies in national schools? Because for us in international schools, we do have them. And it really hurts me. My heart bleeds knowing that in national schools, we don't have such policies. Or if they are there, can they be implemented? Because from them is where we see mental health. Okay.
So the question was, do we have child protection policies? There's having a policy, but is it being executed?
Yes.
So maybe one more question, and this time from a gentleman. Gentleman, do we have a gentleman? Okay, the lady no, let's take another lady this side. That will be the last question. Yes, the mic is coming to you, lady in a flowery dress.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning. My name is Juliet Kabuma. I work in Gaza High School. I'm the school counselor. I would like, again, the mental health hour. I would advise my friends from Mengo Senior School. I would invite me and I let you know what we do in Gaza High School about the mental health hour. And then, Mr. Saidi, you trained us one time, mental health. I think you invited counselors from schools, and 2021, I think. And since then, nothing has been done. We need to know what is happening. We are struggling with the students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I trained with Juliet. She's a very generous woman, so kindly use that leverage on that opportunity. Shall we hear from, okay, Minister of Education?
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your feedback. And that tells you how important schools and learning institutions are in advancing what we are all talking about. The mental health hour, Juliet has offered to guide, but the circular itself is a policy document. So if you're asking for policy guidance, the circular that creates the mental health hour is there, but also get to know when you get these guidelines, because many people are saying, what do we do with the hour? When you get these guidelines, as part of the annex on page 45, it has some of the proposed sessions. If we do advocacy and the school leaders really appreciate that we need this, even before we get external facilitators and so on, to me, merely getting a weekly hour to reflect, meditate, and do whatever is a good starting point. Unfortunately, many teachers and the other staff abuse it. That is the time they want to use for remedials, punishment as somebody is putting it, and so on and so forth. So let's do the right thing at the right time. Wasted kids from primary and the need for counselors. Yeah, it is true. Why we are focusing on post-primary, it basically comes to issues which I think will also be discussed further and further. When you look at primary schools, government and the private in the country, they are about 87,000. So if there are 87,000, metwalo mnana mukasamvu of the universities so far produced, if we say at graduate level or minimum at diploma level, can we raise 87,000 personnel? If this is raised, do we have capacity to supply them, or we will borrow some from Kenya? That is food for thought. But for secondary schools, they are about 8,500, they are about, government and private. So we do hope that looking at the recent years and the trainings, maybe we can be able to supply the counselors that are needed at that
Mr.
level.
Nsamba, I am counting on you because the lady online is waiting.
Mariana, child protection, yes, these are there, but as the moderator put it, we can have good policies, then we abuse them, including child protection. We do have, ranging from the legal provisions, the Children's Act, it has definitions and sections on schools specifically, but also the parents. It comes even to us who are here. If children are being woken up at 4 to be taken to school, who is responsible? Should it be the ministry to come to your home and regulate? I normally share a personal experience. I, for one, I refused to take my children to school until they are 4.5, and that's me. I also refused my children to attend the holiday lessons. That is their time to bond with me. Now, if you're a parent, you wake up a 3.5-year child at 4 to wait for the bus that will pick them at 5:30 to take them to school. Then they come back with the homework, Suji 40 numbers. Yes? At 3.5. By 6, they will be depressed and they have lost interest in school. So it comes back to us. It's not entirely that everything will look the school system and the government and so on. Begin with yourself. What do you want? Including the stress that comes with academics. We pressurize children to get the best grades. 4 is you. Me, I started from Kamuli up to senior 6. I came to
Dr.
Kampala after
Nsamba,
senior 6.
allow
I'm
me
summarizing.
hold you there.
I'm summarizing. But I'm at national level or at international level. So is success tagged to academic grades only? It's a question for us. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much. Is that the hand clap you give the panel? So ladies and gentlemen, before we introduce the president of the International Association of Counsellors, please allow this panel to take a photo moment. I find it interesting to pose for a picture with everyone looking at you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is called Nadine van Rensburg. She's from South Africa. I hope that's right. She serves as the president. She serves as the president of the International Association of Counsellors, where Freeman, the gentleman, Emmanuel Guitar serves on that committee. So he's not only local, he's an international gentleman. So Miss Nadine serves as the president of ISC, which is the International Association of Counseling in Africa, which is the continental chapter of the International Association of Counseling. Sorry for that mix-up. She's a dedicated counseling professional. She's a trainer and an advocate for mental health and professional excellence. She's committed to advancing counseling standards, ethical practice, and counselor development across Africa. Through her leadership with ISC Africa, Nadine champions collaboration among counseling professionals, promotes capacity building, and supports the establishment of high quality, the keyword here is high quality counseling services that meet international best practice standards while remaining responsive to local African contexts. I can't wait for this presenter. At the Uganda second, Nadine is going to help us look at how counselors can collaborate in Africa. So her discussion is going to focus on that. Ladies and gentlemen, she's going to do this online, but let's welcome her the Ugandan way. Over to you, Nadine.
Heartfelt good day, and thank you very much. Am I audible enough for everyone?
Sure you are.
Thank you very, very much. Good day, distinguished guests, colleagues, counseling professionals, and all attendees. I was thinking about this opportunity today, and I couldn't help thinking about a young man that once walked for hours to speak to a counselor. When he arrived, he said, "I don't need someone to solve my problems. I just need someone who knows how to listen." The counselor just listened, not for 5 minutes, but with skills, ethics, compassion, and professionalism. Years later, that young man said, "That conversation changed the direction of my life." This difference was not chance. It was standards. It was practice. It was excellence. So today, as we gather under the Shaping the Future of Counseling in Uganda through standards, practice, excellence, we are reminded that every standard we establish, every counselor we develop, and every professional practice we strengthen has the potential to change a life, a family, and ultimately a nation. And that is what makes me super, super motivated and excited. Good day to everyone. My name is Nadine van Rensburg, and I have today the privilege as the IAC Africa President to represent our international body, the International Association for Counseling, the Association for all associations. With our global President Bill Borgen and CEO Nisha Kelly, IAC has been of service in the counseling, mental, and holistic health space since 1966. And we are continuing strong to continue to deliver services to all in every community. And now we have the privilege to also deliver services in Africa. I would like to commend the Uganda Counseling Association for convening this important summit under this theme, Shaping the Future of Counseling in Uganda, through the standards, the practice, and the excellence. This theme is not only timely for Uganda, but highly relevant for the entire Africa continent. We should continue to strengthen our counseling profession and expand access to quality mental health and psychosocial support services. For those who are less familiar with our work, the International Association for Counseling is a global professional association, and we are committed to the counseling of strengthening the profession and expand access to quality mental health and the services thereof. Through our committed advancement as a force for human development, well-being, social justice, and positive change, becoming the associations for all associations. Through IAC Africa, we work to strengthen counseling networks across the continent, promote professional standards and ethical practice, support research, and a capacity in developmental and opportunities for collaboration among counseling associations, the practitioners, the educators, and the policy makers. So our vision is simple but very, very powerful. It's to see counseling recognized, accessible, professional, and impactful in every African country. This is why I'm particularly excited to be here. We believe that the future of counseling in Africa will be shaped not by individual organizations working in isolation, but by strong partnerships built on shared values, shared learning, and shared commitment to excellence. And therefore, policy is key. We see tremendous potential for collaboration between IAC Africa, Uganda, and all associations worldwide as we contribute the advancement of counseling standards, professional development, the advocacy, the research, and the service delivery across all the regions. So thank you for allowing me to continue to tell you more about IAC. And with that, I will ask permission to share. I am just going to quickly go to my window that is open so that I can share with you my PowerPoint presentation. Please be so kind just to bear with me 2 seconds. I'm just trying to share here. There we go. Right. So with everything that I have said, it reminds me of Nelson Mandela, where he once said, "It is in your hands to create a better world for all who live in it. And who better than us to do so?" So what IAC stands for is Advancing Counseling Standards, Professional Excellence, Ethical Practice across Africa through collaboration, education, mentorship, research, innovation, and sustainable professional networks that strengthen the future of counseling for counselors and contribute to Africa's development. Our vision, our mission, and our values allow us to lead platforms for professional excellence. Our mission connects professionals to advance the collaboration, the developmental facets thereof, and our values helps us to look at this integrity through the collaboration with inclusivity, professionalism, and most of all, how to strengthen this multi-sectoral collaboration through our policies and practice, which is so important. So with that being said, the roles of IAC Africa is thinking of where African counselors can connect, help to lead innovative growth through helping each other, together shaping a stronger future for the profession and the continent. And that is the role of IAC, to help and exchange the capacity building through Africa. If we look into structures and focus on the areas, it also confirms that when IAC Africa and our regional partners works together, we move beyond isolated efforts to collective impact. So by sharing knowledge, developing leaders, advancing research, strengthening professional standards, and creating opportunities for counselors across all regions, we can shape a stronger, more connected future for counseling in Africa. So if we then go further and we're looking at the alignment with this summit's goals, IAC Africa is ready to partner with Uganda and counseling associations across the continent to advance advocacy, to strengthen those very professional standards that is lacking in so many instances, and build a unified vision for counseling in Africa. Together we can elevate the profession, empower the practitioners, and create lasting impacts for the communities right across the continent. Those joint conferences, the summits like this one, and researching these partnerships can help us then elevate the training programs, the mentorship opportunities, the policy dialogues, the knowledge, the regional projects, and the strategic partnerships. So, with all of that being said, membership benefits of collaborating in all our associations while you are basically members of associations in all regions, also affiliating and working with us as a member in our membership helps us to network. It helps us to have that professional development through the leadership opportunities. It helps us with the mentorships and the collaboration, and then eventually having that visibility in recognition. So, not to have us all look at it in this short period of time that I have got the privilege and are humbled to share what we can do all together if we hold hands. Our continental and international networking partnerships helps us to have that capacity to even build more, working alongside our governments, holding hands, sharing our knowledge, and having these opportunities just as beautiful as the one that we are currently attending and presenting. So, in closing, Africa's strength lies in its people, the expertise thereof, and the partnerships. And together, when we can connect and collaborate, innovate, and create lasting impacts, we can actually build policies and practices together that strengthens counseling, not only by elevating and assisting our colleagues and all those hardworking people delivering the services, but also reach out to our communities. And a better community can actually strengthen the whole wide world. So I would like to thank everyone very much for allowing me to be here. And I know that working together, we can do it. I am humbled to be able to work with you, and please feel free to reach out. You are welcome. I, with and as IAC Africa, is always humbled, like we all are here, to share the same passion and purpose. And through us taking into consideration, most importantly, our policies and our practices, working together, we can do it. And we can build a force that will, throughout Africa, be a force to reckon with. I humble myself and thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nadine. Thank you so much for enlightening us, for sharing examples and your journey with us. Do we have any reactions from... I learned this is not the best way to ask questions. It is, what do you want to share? You did? Okay, there's a question here.
Thank you very much, the President, for your presentation. My name is Dr. Faith Nakalema. Most of the challenges researchers in Africa that they have faced, it's lack of funds. And when we look in our continental setting, even at the national level, you find that there are low funds for research. As an association, how best can we collaborate as far as research is concerned in that area? Thank you.
Thank you, Faith. And Nadine, for you to note that Faith, the one who asked the question, is a board member of the Uganda Counseling Association. Over to you, Nadine.
There's another question.
Thank you very much for this very important question. I think that we are currently busy through our research portfolio to look into the funding and finance opportunities that are available. Now, there is a variety of possibilities, and that is raising funds from organizations like UNESCO, organizations, for example, like the WHO, and many, many more. So through the IAC Africa, we are looking to partner up with those organizations that will participate in the growth of how we can actually go into our communities right over the regions of Africa, and then work on how we can then start raising funds together to be able to then give back to what is needed through our research in the communities and in regions of Africa. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you so much. One last question.
Okay, thank you, presenter. My name is Enid Kawala from Busitema University.
Nadine, please confirm that you can hear.
Yes, I can.
Okay, my name is Enid Kawala from Busitema University, Mbale campus, which is a medical school. Just getting to the few points at the beginning of your talk. You talked, I just want to ask you, why aren't counselors proud of their profession? I've seen several of them within our spaces, okay? But when you tell him or her that you're a counselor, okay, because counseling in the medical profession is all round. But then the community perspective knows that counseling goes to HIV, okay, and other infectious diseases. So when you tell somebody you're a counselor, people are so quick to take it the other side. When you tell a counselor to come and, let me say, counsel a mother with psychosis, will be like, those are not my people. You get it? But
Okay.
what is counseling, and why aren't some of the people, the MOH staff has told us they are deploying them to hospitals? If they still have that inferiority, then
Okay.
yeah, then regarding the association, I'm not a professional or trained counselor, but I would love to know, how do we make our let me say, Busitema, the space that I work in, majority
Kawala,
of
is
the
that
students.
question directed to Nadine?
Yeah. Okay, it's an association, and she's also part, okay? How would you make students to believe in counseling? The previous researches we've done, people don't believe in counseling because they know what you're going to tell them, right? So they'll be like, now you're sending me to a counselor. My university counselor is here. But then they will tell you, what is he going to tell me that I'll not hear. ChatGPT will tell me to do this and this. So
Okay.
why go to a counselor? So
Okay.
yeah. So we need to address this as well. Thank you.
Nadine, the first question is, and also for me to enlighten again the audience, Nadine is from South Africa. She's the president of the International Association of Counsellors, but also to say I've not been to South Africa, but I know that mental health in South Africa is here, and in Uganda we are somewhere here. So I'm wondering how she's going to contextualize that, but I don't want to think on her behalf. So one question is, why aren't counselors proud of their profession? And is this something you see in South Africa? The other question is really Ugandan based. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll take those for questions. I am the one standing between you and your lunch, but we also have to manage our time very well. Nadine, over to you.
Thank you very much. I think that is fundamentally important question. So first of all, the question of why is counsellors not confident enough and proud enough? I think there is a very, I call it easy answer to that. And that is number one, they don't have enough support. There is a variety of support for psychiatrists, psychologists, but then in the counseling industry space, there's not enough support. And therefore, the association has said and vocated themselves to offer that support to each and every counselor. On top of that, there's not enough education. There is not enough continuous development programs to help the counselors to stay confident in their profession. And we are working extremely hard to make that a reality and make that become the best possible thing for the counselors to start feeling proud of what they are doing. So that's the first facet. The second facet, what we have noticed and what we have worked on and still continuing to work on is the part where the association is open for members to then affiliate with, to then actually go to their regions and become representatives for advocacy. If we don't go out in our regions, if we don't go out and educate the communities, educate our people, they will not be open to counseling. They will feel that it's a waste of time. And if IA, as it is currently, providing services online, it also boils down to the part where the accessibility becomes a problem, because everyone has got access sometimes to a device that can have quick access on IA, for example. But where we are saying we want to make it our mission to make counseling accessible to every human being on this planet, we feel very strongly that advocacy should be first. Going out, allowing, providing education to each and every member in every region of Africa to have that accessibility. I find that is our key. And working together, holding hands, saying, Africa, we unite in working together, holding hands, going out. Advocates, give our counseling professionals the support they need, the policies they need, the practice they need, the education they need, the general knowledge they need to then offer it to the people. And the more we advocate and become known in our profession, the more people will have the confidence and be proud to continue. I hope I have answered the questions.
And so very well. Ladies and gentlemen, if we want to scale up utilization, we have to scale up advocacy. Thank you so much. I will hand you over to Mr. Gita. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Please clap for me.
I know many of you clap thinking you're clapping for me, but these people do a lot of. Please clap for them. Me, I can advocate. Nadine, thank you very much for your busy schedule, sparing to be with us this afternoon. Nadine is my boss on the continental level. She's the president and I'm his vice. And I am so honored to be her vice president, where she is not and she's engaged. Ladies and gentlemen, I become the president for the African counseling profession. So thank you very much for answering our call, Nadine, and for being with us since morning. And we are still open to have you till the rest of the work. So there's a lot of work to do. Any other questions you have about ISC Africa, I am open and present. And for sometimes when you find me saying, now we are doing stuff, or if you find me speaking Nigerian or speaking Ethiopian, it is because of the work that we are doing. And how did I get there? I wanted to give you just a small brief. They had meetings and would attend them, would contribute, would always have our input there. And the person who introduced me was our vice president, Madame Evelyn, and also Madame Elizabeth. We were there, would attend. And it's from there, and I want to let you know, I didn't contest for the position. I served for the little time I was, and my boss, Nadine, was able to see with the team that I would best serve them in that position. And ladies and gentlemen, I was appointed to the position. I wasn't elected to it. So thank you for trusting in us, and we're looking forward to interacting more with you, Nadine. And I wish you the best of the rest of the day as you're with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live on YouTube since morning. And the African continent is watching what we are doing. This will be replayed and kept there so you can always go and pick on. And our live after the president, when she goes to her initiatives, in the afternoon time, we shall get to a Zoom with our president from the American Counseling Association. So she sends her apologies. She wasn't able to fly in because of the Ebola outbreak. They blocked all flights that were coming to Uganda, and she would not come in directly. But she's going to be with us online in the afternoon time, and we shall also get in from her. So next year, Nadine, if possible, we would also have you fly into Uganda and you be with us here. Thank you very much. So now, Tim, I have something that I would feel would be very key before we go in for our lunch in the next 10 minutes. I have one thing I want to intrigue. Since morning up to where we have reached now, what is in your mind? What is boiling? Now I want to hear from you. What have you gotten? What is your perspective so far on the work we have to do, what we have done, and where we have come from? Okay, the young energetic man, it is Men's Mental Health Month. So I welcome you once again. I want to hear from you. And these are not questions, they're opinions. We need them because at the end of the day, we have been tasked. After this summit, what do we have to offer? I'm seeing hands. So let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know who is representing the other side. I had Jolly there, but I know Jolly. 6, 7. Okay. Let's go like that. Please first look at them. Kindly put up your hands again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those ones. They're the ones you're giving the microphone. Please.
Good afternoon, members. Me, what is on my mind and my take home for today is continuous professional development as practicing counselors.
Oh,
thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all counselors and all professionals. Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate Uganda Counseling Association for this. My observation and my suggestion would be that we have always been meeting in many summits, and there has been a lot of resolutions, there has been a lot of thoughts, lots of things shared, and lots of initiatives. Now, one thing that was repeating from morning was research. We're talking about research. Are we doing evidence-based research? Are we using those practices in counseling? So now I would request the association to have initiatives wherein we can create a database and add in our expertise into it and show our evidence-based results that we have. Because I work in a school setup, also in clinical setup, because I'm a psychotherapist and also a hypnotist. So now my knowledge comes from India, but I have my certifications at an international level, both from the USA and from the UK. Now, all these are evidence-based research with what I have been certified. So I've been practicing it in Uganda for the past 4 years, and there are many results. So that can be shared among all, and it can be utilized, and it can be added. So knowledge sharing is the key, and that can appreciate each other. And it should, every counselor should be ready to unlearn and to relearn.
Yes,
Right?
thank you very
So
much.
that's the thing I would like to
Oh,
say. Thank you.
beautiful, beautiful. And I am tasking each and every one here who graduated, either on bachelor's, either on master's, or on PhD. You did research. That research paper, you could even share it with us. As PRO, I am committed and I am ready to let you know we have created a window on our website where your work can be published. So reach out to me and then we'll speak to the world. Yes.
Thank you, Freeman. I number as Victor and the school counselor, Our Lady of Africa Schools. My take home and the suggestion, I've actually come to learn that we need to position ourselves well. During the panel here and the online conversation we just had, you realize that few people who would maybe get involved in such meetings. And that's how Freeman landed into the position of the vice president. Earlier on, I had the sister who was talking about work, how people don't appreciate. And personally, I think it starts with us. You as an individual, where you're working from. I happen to be in schools with my colleague here, but I can tell you the counselor you're becoming is exactly what the people around you are going to take. We are all ambassadors of this counseling association, wherever we are. You're positive, you're giving positive energy, you're actually encouraging students that you're working with. Believe me, you'll be even getting concerns from students asking, we want to do this course. They'll be interested in becoming counselors even when they are done with school. So we are the right ambassadors. We are the people to change the narrative outside there of what these people think about us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And as the rest come in, please, we can be brief and then walk through that. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Aporo, and I'm so glad to be in this place today. She has really tapped into what I wanted to say, but let me just emphasize, for me, what has Miss Patricia Bako really triggered me so much with her presentation on the need to form a body. The Uganda Counsellors Association is doing great, but for me, I feel after this conversation, we all need to team up to ensure that we have a professional body. That I remember I was in a meeting one time and they were discussing certain items and they were not sure what kind of counselor they needed in that institution. So yeah, I think it's very important for us to team up, not just Freeman alone. She talked about selling ourselves. How many of us have X where when I check on you, I know that one of the first things that will pop up is you're a counseling psychologist? Or how are you selling yourself besides Freeman selling the association? So I feel we can do better. If you go to my X, you will know the first thing you'll see is I'm a counseling psychologist. I do other things, but that's one thing I'm very proud to share with all of us. And the need for us to educate people about the relevance of counseling. She has said it, but I feel we need to be proud of our profession because we are the ones to sell it. Lawyers have sold it. For me, no one should sell it better than ourselves. The way we dress, nothing like counselors dress in a certain way. You can still present yourself as a professional counselor, show up in every space that you're called into. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The counselors that dress like they need to be cancelled. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, take a picture. Pick a leaf, pick a leaf. Do I look bad? Yes. No. Take a leaf. Not in kind of counselor. Aha. Yet I got 12 sessions. I bring the microphone. Is it not working?
I think it's working
Oh,
now.
beautiful.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is Rachel. Thank you so much, Freeman, for this opportunity. To me, it is the continuous education. We shouldn't be very comfortable for the education we are at. If you graduated with a certificate in counseling, if there is an opportunity, please go back for a degree, go back for a master's. Yeah, that is how we shall be able to establish ourselves as counselors. So much. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Lutaya Shiraf is my name. I'm a counseling psychologist. To me, what stood out for me is the knowledge sharing from the traditional healers. I think I'll participate in that session.
That's beautiful. Okay, thank you. Let's finish with this side and then head to the other side. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, counselors, I'm here to assure you that teachers are going to storm your spaces. I'm coming to do the course.
You're welcome. You're welcome. The more the merrier.
Coming, and before I do it, please come to schools. Come to schools. We need you so much.
Beautiful. Yes. We are there. I'm available. I'll give you my number. I'm coming. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Harriet Nyorozi. What stood out for me is the fact that there are so many counselors who are not actually qualified as professional counselors, but they are in our communities and they are providing a service. Sometimes we don't know what they are doing, but they are doing work. So us as counselors who are professional, who are trained, we need to sell ourselves and go there where the work is being done by some people who may not be professional, and we put their professionalism in the work that is done within our communities.
Beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Which other hand was there? There is one on the other side. Oh, here. Kindly pass on to her.
Okay, my name is Madina Ismail, and I'm a counseling psychologist by profession. So for me, what stood out for me, I feel confident now that professionalism in counseling has been seen. I feel recognized, I feel valued and seen. Okay, and also, I feel like the fruits we have been waiting for are about to be sowed in our growth. And also, I'll talk about something, another point that I probably it's going to come out like an overviewer, that please do not join any professionalism if you don't want, like if you are not interested. Okay, so a lot of us are why we feel like, okay, we are not proud of our professionalism because number one, I think you came into the professionalism by accident. Okay, if you're a counselor and probably you have just graduated, you feel like you would want to get a job instantly. Or if you are there, you want to actually come into the Ugandan Counseling Association and get opportunities instantly. I have one thing I have to say, it is a process. Everyone, at least who is there right now, they have gone through that process. And you have to be part of the process. You have to go through the process. Okay? Number 3 is for you to sell yourself out there. Yeah. So you don't just sit and you wait for free man to put you out there. That you actually, like, you are Madina and you are a counseling psychologist, you are there to assess and help people. Put yourself out there. I think I'm one person who has utilized the social media very well. And I am telling you that from social media, I get clients every single day. So if you're waiting for people to recommend you, to talk about you, I think you're going to wait forever.
True.
So sell yourself out there. Be proud of who you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly here, the Vice President has something to say.
Hello.
Oh, yes, please.
Yes, Freeman.
Yes.
Before I deliver the microphone,
please go ahead.
out,
Please
let
go
me use
ahead.
the opportunity.
Yes.
Forgive me. Freddy
Okay.
Odong is my name. I'm the University Counselor, Gulu University.
Oh, happy to have you here. Oh, please, a hand clap. Those are miles to come and be with us. Thank you very much.
My journey started as a psychiatric nurse. Now I am a counselor.
Oh, beautiful.
So from today's reflection, I have a feeling I've not made a mistake. But what challenged me, and my colleague is here, and my colleague is Ms. Grace Nalubowa. She's the principal counseling psychologist for Gulu University.
Where is she? Oh,
There.
yes. Happy to have you.
So we are two. Now, what has challenged me is that the aspect of research, evidence-based. We should not talk like the LC ones. The problem is very big. How big is the problem? There are many research. Thank you.
There is no data to back up.
Thank you so much. I'm very, very excited to see that people came all the way from Gulu and, wherever. The comment was about, I think she's a medical student or a medical doctor. I don't know who was asking that question. Yes? Yes.
She's in the medical field.
Medical field. And she's right to have those sentiments. Actually, I saw counselors saying, no. You see, when we're in these spaces, allow information. Do not go into the defense. Counselors, that is the work we do. Don't go to the defensive mechanism, because what she's speaking is happening out there. And when we get that information, it helps us to structure ourselves better. When she spoke about psychosis, you know very that a counselor does not deal with psychosis. A counselor deals with a client who has insight. When a client has no insight, they're supposed to be handled by a psychiatric nurse or psychiatrist. And then when they are stabilized, the counselor comes in to support the person to learn how to cope with the things that trigger them, you know? So counselors have boundaries. The only thing is the way the person tells you, no, 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 that's not my case. Maybe they are not able to really explain and say, I do not work with people with no insight. The counselors do not do the sick model. Counselors work with people who are aware of their thoughts. They can, you know, that's why when our sister professionals, the clinical psychologists, they go so much into the sick what? Model to say, okay, this, and then they do all those assessments to show that the client has no insight, all these things and so on. So let's just know our boundaries. Counselors are, in fact, Dr. Nalku, one of the conferences, said this statement and said that counseling is the first line treatment for mental health issues. So a counselor will assess and say, surely this is not my case. I remember I did my practicum in Butabika. And as a young counselor, then many years ago, a novice, we were doing the practice together with clinical psychologists. So they told us to go and get cases. And I ended up in the ward where people were acute. Yeah. And the way the client was behaving and dressing, doing things, I was not understanding. I said, Then one of my colleagues, actually she was a clinical psychologist, I think she's in Canada, told me that, Connie, that person has no insight, you know? So I had to go and get one from, they call them convulsants ward, people who are their thought processes are working, but they need to be supported to, you know, to understand their triggers, to cope, to, you know, to be able to live with their mental health issue, but live well. So that's what counselors do miss. And then pride. People love what you're doing. I think even when I was a student, for me, I did not know even where I was going to work. I am a teacher by profession, a secondary school teacher, and my last job was at Taiba College. But when I was in Taiba, I saw so many kids going through a lot, and they could come to us teachers, and they tell us so many things. And then the only teacher who had done counseling was doing a PDJ, I think postgraduate diploma in counseling, but she wasn't acting. Then I said, I think I also need to be trained to know how to support students. At first, I thought that was what I was going to do. But when I entered the profession, I realized actually counseling has a wide range of things you can do. You can be self-employed, you can be employed. The only thing is that just know your niche and have something that you're good at. When they say Freeman, adolescent, and you even saw on his page, he puts that, so and so, child counselor, you know, and go and study these things. Don't just say, and you don't know anything to do with adolescent psychology and everything. So please, it's other people, maybe people in this room, that's why they're even here. The ones who are not here and they don't even attend these things, maybe they're the ones who are bringing out those statements from people that people are not proud. So thank you so much for you who have managed to attend this summit. Yes.
Thank you very much, the Vice President. And that I was triggering. I've seen your hand up for quite some time since morning. I want to hear your voice. Just kindly, he's the last one. I want to hear his voice on something about that. So ladies and gentlemen, they were setting up lunch, and I've been told in just 2 minutes, they will be done, and then we dive into our lunch.
My name is Cyrus Jita.
Okay, please go ahead.
I'm a counseling psychologist in Maryland High School.
Oh, okay.
Someone suggested that at the end of the day, we come up with gaps or research questions. So far, I found up 2 serious ones. One is to do with postgraduate supervision. When someone is doing coursework and what, they have a supervisor, they have hours for clients to be supervised. But after graduation, who supervises the counselor. Counselor Tokaba. And I was like, after graduation, what next? The next one is, we've had these theories in school, different theories from someone said out there. And we have African, Ugandan situations and challenges. Can we come up? I'm just sharing my task with theories relevant to Uganda, to your culture, to your tribe, wherever you are, meeting the specific needs there. May God bless us.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Madam Jean, we shall say lastly, but let's pick up from there when we come in, okay, after lunch. So let me have Madam Jean. She's a senior in the counseling profession. And if we have her hand up, I know it is mentorship coming in straight out, as Mr. Jita has suggested. I'm happy to mention the name Jita when pointing to another person. And you know it's a cute and powerful name. Yes, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm glad you are here and you're welcome to Chambogo. And I had a number of people talk about professional advancement in counseling. And one of you talked about moving from a certificate to a diploma to a bachelor's to a master's and a PhD. But I needed to clarify that when we talk about professional advancement in counseling, it is not like do re mi. We are not doing solofa. We are talking about, if you see a course in child counseling, go and attend that seminar. If you see one on trauma, go and attend that seminar. If you see one talking about a theory, experiential, go and attend it, because you will need all these in your basket of counseling. And it will also help you to know where to professionalize and say, for me, I'm a trauma counselor. For me, I'm a marriage counselor. So don't miss those small courses that are being offered because you are waiting to do a master's. These are the ones that are going to make you a better counselor. If you see EMDR coming, please don't miss it. That one is a very good package for you. Don't miss it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Jean. And I know Reverend Dismas has heard the last statement and felt proud of his student when it comes to EMDR. So now, ladies and gentlemen, may I close with this one. Uganda Counseling Association, as the head of public relations, I have been a member of Uganda Counseling Association now for 7 years. And what I have observed, there is limited or no love for the professional growth. I mean learning. There are multiple times even we bring about free sessions and you receive 8 people attending, even when you announce it 2 months earlier. Even when a session of 10,000 comes in, someone does not come through to attend it. So now that creates a gap. Recently, when I was attending the meeting, the technical working group meeting for guidance and counseling with Ministry of Education and Sports, they asked me a question when we were talking about psychological first aid. How many counselors do you have trained in psychological first aid? Ladies and gentlemen, the one we have in our database are just 25, 35 only. But we are saying we are having a group of over 600 members. Where are the rest? How many of us here are trained in PFA? By show of hands. And you're in our database and we know you are trained. Now you see. Now when it comes to EMDR, how many people are trained in EMDR here? By show of hands, you are an EMDR. And not those who have registered, those who are trained. Now there are those other things we are going to continue bringing up on board. And I'm requesting you members, do not make us feel like we are not serving you enough. That is why the teacher is coming to learn and then come take over your space. Lastly, your presentation as a counselor. There are some counselors, you sit in their session and they are counseling and you want the ground to swallow you. Now, you see, when you have a problem, you're speaking to youth and you feel that yourself have nothing to offer. Now you see, you come to my office, I will help you. Okay. But then you find these kids look for vigor, need someone who is going to command the presence of, I am here for you to serve and do best. Somebody asked me if I studied in the US. No, I studied from Uganda. And when I start speaking the language, the English language, I am proud of it. I'll present my country, represent myself the best. In case you want to learn communication skills as a counselor, I am available and I am ready to mentor all of you. Let us speak with vigor, presentation, and above all, they are not class. Even if you're not speaking the right thing, but you're speaking it the right way, people will give you the attention, and I assure you, we shall shoot to the top. Ladies and gentlemen, I am releasing you to go for our lunch, and we are moving for our lunch. We are already set. Our lunch is in this room. We're just going to move, take that door, just enter the room. Please, we are going to sit in groups. Sit with someone new. Can I have someone bless our lunch? Or no? Why am I always asking someone? Okay, there is a hand there. I'm also inspired by the Holy Spirit. Please take a hand to him to bless our lunch. We move in. Please eat enough because there is enough. Eat enough. Our afternoon session, we are moving kajegere until 5 p.m.
Okay, may we humble ourselves and pray, please? Dear Lord God in heaven, we thank you so much for today. We thank you for the amazing things that we've heard and learned today. We pray that during this summit we can meet some new people, make some new interactions possible, and also improve our professional development. We thank you for these opportunities. We pray that we can make the most of them. And we pray that this meal will be filling to our souls and our bodies. Amen.
Amen. Enjoy. Bon appetit. Our washrooms, the gentlemen, extreme left. The ladies, extreme right. Please remember to interact. Speak to someone next to you. Don't look so tough. Smile. You're a mental health professional. Weyagale. I am also here to remind you, all those ones that came driving and you did not submit your number plate to me, please come where I am and I support you accordingly. Those that got lost when you were coming in today and you have been able to move through the tolls, we want to help you on the payment you're going to give. Some of you are paying at the gate, yet we have been given an offer on that. So please come to me. And those who used the gate that was allocated to you, please use the same exit as you came in. Everyone, the same exit you used entering should be the one you move out from. Don't use any other exit.